All right, folks, I have 8:30. Please silence your devices, cell phones, et cetera. If you need to take a call, please leave the facility. Let's, you got 8:30? I got 8:30. All right, 8:30, I call this special workshop of the Saginaw City Council to order. We are here for the budget, so this is a little different agenda today, so we'll skip some of the normal formalities. A couple of housekeeping things I want to cover first. First, thank you to all the staff that's here. I know it's a Saturday. Y'all giving up some personal time, some family time. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. The citizens appreciate it as well, and council as well. Thank y'all. This is sort of an open forum. If you have questions, even if you're an employee, you can ask questions. That's okay. Raise your hand, come to the microphone. I will let you speak at any time. We'll be very open and very casual today. We do have a couple of conflicts this afternoon. My goal is to wrap us up about noon. We have folks flying out this afternoon, and we also have, I know, some team building this afternoon or later today with the city folks, so I don't want to keep people from that as well. So we will move to be efficient and get things done today. So that's my preamble. Snacks and stuff in the back. We'll take a bio break at a certain time. If you really have an issue, let me know and we can see about taking breaks. So I don't want anybody to suffer. Any other housekeeping stuff that I have not covered? Anything else? It's pretty comfortable in here, not hot. So thank you, Vicki, for getting us going. Melanie brought some fans here. If anybody's got any fan issues, let me know. Otherwise, I think we're ready to jump into it. So a couple ways we can approach this. I know folks have gone through the budget. Thank you. A lot of folks sent questions in to Gabe. Appreciate that as well. Gabe's got a whole list. I think we'll go through tab by tab, and then Gabe can pop in if he's got an appropriate question for that tab, or if you have a question as well, please ask. I'm speaking to the city council to ask questions, but also any individuals in the audience, any staff members, any employees have a question, y'all are part of this as well. So please join in and jump in. Kim, do we want to, any kind of just general stuff we want to talk about the budget before we jump into the details?
No, sir, I just want to remind everybody that we are doing this earlier than in the past. In the past, we've had certified values and actual tax rate numbers. I just want to remind everybody that these are preliminary, and the only thing I can guarantee is that they will change.
And so we get them on the 25th, which is next Friday?
And my goal will be, we'll get them probably late in the day. I'll work on the weekend to get the tax rate calculated. And then we have a special meeting Tuesday, the 29th, I believe it is, and that's when the council will formally be presented with the tax rate calculations.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. I appreciate that. And I want to thank Kim and Elizabeth. This is really like, for them, this is, I don't know, NBA championship, all-star game, everything all wrapped into one. So this is a big effort culminated, and I appreciate your hard work, both your team and Elizabeth as well. A lot of work was done to get us to this point. These binders represent a ton of work, so thank you so much for that. All right, let's get going.
Mayor, just one addition. I received about 30-some questions yesterday evening. I think that we can address all these questions as we go through, so I may interject. I emailed a copy of all those questions to you, so we'll just, as we go tab by tab.
Great. Yeah, so folks are sending questions ahead of time. Thank you. That is outstanding. I appreciate people being prepared. All right, so we want to go to general revenue funds.
Can I ask one question?
You can, go ahead.
On the organizational chart, can I ask why the police got moved over to assistant city manager instead of the manager which it has been? So I was just kind of curious.
I don't think we've updated the org chart since Lee's been the assistant city manager. He's supervised the police department for a few years now, so, yeah.
Okay, because he wasn't on there, they weren't on them last year, so I was just curious.
Yeah, yep.
Excellent. Any other housekeeping kind of questions, folks, before we jump into details? All right, so we want to go to general revenue tab first. General fund revenue, sorry. I don't know, there's a lot to talk about here. A few, nothing really exciting in this tab unless anybody has any questions on this one. I say we jump to general administrative.
I've got one comment on page 36. It says includes funding for the volunteer banquet. We haven't had that in a couple of years, so let's try and make sure that that happens this year.
I think that's outstanding. We've in the past had pretty good attendance at those, so yeah, I think we should do it again. My impression, the volunteers like that. I mean, what do y'all think? Y'all get feedback? I got very positive feedback before in the past about that, so, okay, great.
I think it lets him know we appreciate it.
No, I agree completely. We don't do much for them. They have a thankless job. All right, anything else on this tab? 38 is where special requests are. I did have a question on this one. We have two items here for $170 and $110. Is that really worth bringing to council?
It's-
No, don't do it again.
I mean, I trust our department heads to handle $170, honestly. And if I don't, they shouldn't be a department head. So I completely trust our people to handle those small dollar things. That should not be a council decision. So,
I would say, and this is going to be going forward, given our limitations and how tight our operating budget is, it's going to be tight. So
I understand.
we're allowed 3.5% up to a year, and we have to deal with inflation without cutting services unless the council wants to cut services.
Sure, I understand. All right, other questions? We're on page 38, sorry. Other questions on special requests here or on 39, which is out into the future? I did want to point that out. On 39 and the others, we have out years as well. That's something we knew we added the last couple of years. I think it's great to give council sort of a heads up as to what's coming and to keep that in mind, budgeting this year, what could be moved to next year, what is coming in the future, head count, et cetera. So that's a very important piece of information. And I know it will change, but I appreciate staff putting the thought into that. That really, really helps. Other questions on 38 or 39 before we jump? All right, let's jump to municipal court. So that would be on pages 44 is special requests, and then 45 is out year stuff. Scanners, nothing exciting really on municipal court. Any questions on this tab?
Which tab are you on?
I'm on municipal court, page 44. Yeah, and if I move too quickly, please let me know.
Do our printers not scan? I'm just asking the question. Do our printers not scan?
This is replace two scanners.
I mean, I'm sure this is a special scanner, but I'm just asking.
Scanner like a feed scanner. So like if you buy like a regular printer, you're correct, a lot of them have a scanner on top, but those do about 30 pages a minute.
Oh, okay.
Those scanners like that do about 5 pages. I mean, I'm not telling you that we have that, I'm just telling you it's a much more efficient way of scanning with those types of scanners than just the regular printer scanners, and everybody prefers it just for the time. And also those other ones that are just like a few top scanners, if you put like 50 pages in there, it's gonna get, yeah, it's gonna get some.
I was just curious. I didn't know.
So, on these special requests, I had to send Gabe an email. I know we've asked this, so in the future, when we have special requests, if they're added into the, so it's already added into the budget, now, can we have it on there? Because I was having to, I had to text you to figure out where to find that it was, and then I had to take it out and having to compare it, so.
Like an asterisk or something, is that what you're thinking? Just to say
That or highlight.
it's already in the, it's funded, I would say
You
funded.
don't have to go all the way to the back and look.
No, you're right. That's
There's,
a good point.
yeah, that's a good comment. In the back, a special request, and I mentioned this to Councilmember Lawson, anything that's funded includes numbers to the right, but we can pretty easily say it's in or it's out. One little quick thing I would mention, this is the direct result of being nearly fully staffed in the police department. There's more citations. If you come by City Hall on a court day, you'll see the parking lot is full. Yeah, it is, except we're incurring higher fees for legal services. So open records requests related to PD, as well as our prosecutor. So the bigger the dockets, that sort of thing, the more. It's a slight offset, but it's good to be back to fully staffed.
No, that's fair.
Also,
Good point.
Councilmember Lawson, if you look at, for example, in municipal court on page 43, under 7,000, any special request that is funded is detailed in each department's 7,000 account. So there doesn't happen to be any in municipal court because, as the mayor mentioned, we're going to do that. We're going to purchase the scanner this year. It's a small dollar amount that will find savings in another line item. But for example, fire department on page 52, the special requests that are funded in the preliminary proposed budget are detailed. So in every department, it would show in that detail, as well as Gabe mentioned in the special request summary, which is the consolidated list of all the special requests.
Okay, so on the fire department, this,
Wait, are we, hold on, are we done with municipal court before we move to fire department?
And I didn't mean to skip ahead. I was just trying to give an example of how
all right.
the information is provided that you were asking for.
So the scanner here, when I went and looked at it on the back page, Jay told me to, the scanner did not show as funded, but we're paying for it another way. So we're still getting it, just not through.
Correct, in this current fiscal year. We've got some savings in other line items, so we'll absorb it this year. So technically, it is not funded in the proposed budget, 25-26, but it will be funded in the current 24-25 fiscal year.
Let me write that down. So that's what I don't know. We're getting it, it's just funded this year instead of next year.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
regarding like how quick we're moving through this, are we just going over the outlay request right now?
We can go over anything.
Okay,
This is anything and everything, so yeah, if you got any questions, please.
Yeah, I had questions that I'd sent to Gabe about the general fund.
Well, let's cover those.
Yeah. The Remind internal communication software. I had asked a question. Page 33.
Yeah, so the question, and this was one of the questions that was sent, is this a necessary expense or there are other options utilizing products we currently have? Remind is useful because for people, especially out in the field, they get the update on their phone and we can blast it out to everybody. So we send out like notices of vacancies for internal vacancies, promotions, that sort of thing. We'll send a blast out. Meetings, quarterly meetings, so,
Set it out to just their group or whatever, so you can split it up by department if you want a special thing the department needs to do.
yeah.
Figure out the whole city.
Right.
So to answer the question, yes, I believe it's very useful, and it also allows us to, because not all employees are kind of email-driven or may even have a physical office.
Right, they're not sitting at a desk.
That's right,
They're on the
yeah.
field.
It goes right to their city phone. and
Yeah.
just-
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I'm the one that brought in Remind. So essentially, the reason why is because we looked at an email option, but unfortunately, not all employees in the city have an email or an email account, and those are our part-time employees. So that's why Remind was a good option, and it was by far the cheapest option. We had options that were like 20,000 more. Remind is just a small amount compared to that, so that's why we moved to Remind. I also would like to remind everybody to please use your microphones. We could hear you here in the auditorium, in the council chambers, but back at home, people watching cannot hear you. So we would like to remind everybody to use that. And if the audience members as well, if you are going to speak, please speak in the microphone. I also have a karaoke microphone if you would like to speak.
Nice.
But that's just my reminder. And
No, thank you.
that as well.
Good, very good point.
AT&T also stopped supporting Outlook to phone numbers.
Yeah, I know that.
No longer support that, so you can't just, like, you could send out, like, you could come up with a group, create a group, and then send it out like that, but they don't support that anymore. So you can't.
Yeah, and I know the school district uses it too, so it's not an uncommon thing. I just didn't know that not all the city people had emails, so that's.
Yeah, it's useful, yeah.
Right, Brack?
So one question also on page 33, we have the annual support for the Laserfish system. Is that something that is being sunset, or is that something that
We've had laserfish for almost like 10 years now, and we just now got through changing over to like cloud-based. So we have moved from an on-premise type setup, and we'd had some problems because we'd virtualized like the server that it was on, and then we had some machine code licensing issues with that because that's how Laserfish worked, was off of machine code. So we had that, and there is a long story behind all of this, but I'm just telling you, we've moved to the cloud. Laserfish is still active because it holds all of our city ordinances in a way that staff can look it up instead of going and getting a binder from, like this garage door, the garage thing like that, looking at all the things we've done. It's a much easier way of just looking at that instead of, getting everybody, grab a binder, everybody, let's all see what we can find. And that's why it's a good application.
Okay, thank you.
Todd, go ahead.
No, you go
I have a general question for Kim that might help us go through this with this in mind. Every year, we usually find out what dollar amount would it take for us to cut from the budget that would result in a 1 cent decrease in the suggested tax rate, because these very small dollar amounts, while yes, they do add up, it would take so many of them to actually have an impact. Were we going to decide to cut them, it would not have a positive impact on the tax rate.
Preliminary estimates would be 1 cent is about $320,000.
So if we do suggest cuts, which we, of course, have the right to do, we would have to have those cuts add up to that dollar amount for it to have an impact on the property tax rate. Is that correct?
For 1 cent, it would be $320,000. So you could do, if you wanted half a cent, it would be half of that, or a quarter would be a quarter of that.
I just thought it would be important to put that in perspective.
Sean, you had something else?
On page 36, the Sister Cities program, I just wanted to know, are we going to continue that?
Yeah, this came up last year. I think Rick Russell had brought this up. So, hey, this is a completely voluntary program. It's sort of a fun thing that cities do. The only activity we've done, we pay for the membership to the umbrella organization, which was founded by President Eisenhower back in the 50s. We did recently a collection for medical supplies. The Gambia Texas Association, which is the local Gambian American Association out of Dallas-Fort Worth, is going to take the supplies we've collected. Most of it went to the fire station, send it to our sister city. So that's all it is. It's kind of like having a friend in another area.
Thank you.
I might add, while we're kind of talking about general type questions, and this was a question, in order to adopt, and I'm reading what was sent, in order to adopt a no new revenue tax rate, we would need to find a reduction in the budget of $1,160,718. The no new revenue rate brings in the same dollar amount on the same properties from year to year. The difficulty for the city, and any city, is that the reality is we have to deal with inflation, increases in providing the exact same service. So if y'all say, hey, we want to adopt the no new revenue rate, we absolutely can. We've just got to cut things. And I would look to y'all for direction on that. I want to address one thing because this came up last year in some email to the council, but discussion on high-level salaries and job title descriptions. I hear rumors, but I'd like facts. So, I'd like to hear the rumors. Happy to answer them.
So I just hear like how we got to deciding who was director versus manager. I would like some clarity on that, and then also I would like to know who was deciding that, because I know that whenever we go to like a market analysis, when we look at what a director title is versus what a manager title is, what quantifies that?
Sure, it's a really easy discussion. So you'll recall last year we had the implementation of a salary study. We had a third party, Baker Tilly, review this. What they did to get outside of gray areas is they took job responsibilities. And if 80% of the job responsibilities in a job description matched, then they compared it to an external position. So what we may call, a public works manager may be an assistant director. I'm just making this up. There was an allegation from a person last year, I find this delightfully funny, that we shouldn't have a library director. We've had a library director for 30-some years. I had a conversation with Councilmember Lawson. He indicated that if we were not going to have a director make a change in the library, we shouldn't mess up the highest rated department. which is the library. So I would agree. I think the other complaint was related to an HR position, you know, an HR director. So we have 2 people in HR that does all of the human resources functions for the entire city. When her job description was compared against the market, again, this is a third party, they said, yeah, that's an HR director. So this is not me personally, if that's the, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying the
Yeah.
person, I kind of know the backstory.
Right.
But if the insinuation is myself or staff arbitrarily created these titles, no, that is exactly why we hired a firm that's objective to take a look at it.
Okay, so to clarify,
Yep.
the job titles were manager or some other title.
So
And
they-
then they analyzed it and said, this job description isn't a manager, it's a director.
So they took the job description, and if 80% of it matched, then they compared it to what would be compared outside.
Okay, so they
So-
weren't directors before?
No, no, no.
Okay.
No
That's-
one, yeah, no
I just
one.
wanted to clarify that that's why I asked the question.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Yes.
So a clarification here. Last year, we did not move anybody, say that was a manager, did the evaluation, moved them to director.
Okay.
That did not happen. Anybody who's a director now was a director before this analysis ever happened.
Okay.
So since we're using the library as an example, the library has been the director for, he said 30 years. I know she's been director since I've been here, which is way before this. So it was a direct report across. Not Ellen.
A director.
A director, yeah.
You got old, Ellen.
Ellen is only 30, so.
But, yeah, so the thing is it was a direct, in the move last year, there was no, for the move, nobody moved up or down. What he did is they moved across. It was to keep everybody whole.
Right.
And I know that happened because I went through every single line item, and I will say that there was one that did not. I called our HR director and said, why is this person out of sync? And it was a mistake, and it actually wasn't higher, it was lower. The person was getting the lower, and we moved them up. Yeah, I think there was like 6 anomalies total. 5 of them was in the fire department, 1 of them was, I think, the public works, right? And the 5 in the fire department was very well explained, and the 1 in public works we fixed.
Okay. Thank you for answering that, because I think it's important. So, thank you.
No, I appreciate it.
Well, and one thing good to remember if we're talking about salaries is we're in such a competitive environment. That's really what we're trying to do. I mean, we are in the most competitive environment, maybe in the state of Texas, in Dallas-Fort Worth. You're sitting right here. People here can work in 30 different municipalities, maybe more, 40, 50, I don't know, so many in a easy drive radius. So that's what we're fighting. That's how we have to be competitive. And that's what we wanted to make sure of these salary studies and things to make sure we're competitive, because we have tons of cities looking to poach our people every single day. And that's a good thing. We have good people. But that's why we have to keep an eye on this to know if we're competitive. And in the past, we weren't really sure. But we probably knew we weren't because we were so understaffed. We couldn't get people. But now we have a better idea. So that's a lot of this, just to see where we are.
Yeah, I'd like to address one more thing
Sure.
on this while we're here, because it's been in the background, okay, catch on fire, is what a director is. And I've heard the statement that a director it's referred to, at least in the private sector, of a manager of managers, okay? So since we've been picking on the library, I can continue to pick here on the library. The adage that I've actually heard and seen a write-up on it is, you can't have a director of the library unless we had multiple libraries. And that director there would be a manager for each library, and then each one of those managers would then report into the director. While on case in the private sector, there is majority of the directors who have managers that report to them. That's not always the case. In fact, I can show you where I work at. I have directors who report to me, and I have 3 directors. I have 0 managers who report to them. Okay, so that is not exactly the case. It's really the directors decided on the impact in which they have. So if you have a person who's highly technical and they're responsible for the architecture of your system, they usually won't have anybody report to them, but they will be the ultimate responsibility to sign off on any architecture designs or anything to the system, and they have such an impact, that's the title they get.
You couldn't get them at a lower rate, a lower title either.
Oh, no.
Yeah, see.
Lucky you get them at the title, you
Right,
get them.
right.
So that's, that's why that ends up happening. And, you know, it really comes down to just that is, my thing is, if a person is a director and they're performing the job as a director, they deserve to pay for that. I adamantly disagree with giving somebody a title and not to pay. So the hard decision here, well, it ain't to me, it ain't a hard decision for me, but is if we want to go by that, then you just, I mean, across Saginaw, you probably wouldn't have very many directors at all. If you go by, they have to have managers reporting to them, which, like I say, most commonly they do, but it doesn't always follow that, definitely in the private sector. I just wanted to get that there. I know that's been out there. I know there's been some write-ups on the internet about it, things like that. I believe in just throwing everything on the table. I gave you my viewpoint on it. The other 6 of you have to make your decision.
All right. No, thanks, Nick. All right, so, moving on. All right, so have we covered everything we need to on general administrative, general fund revenue, and municipal court? Any other questions related to those 3 tabs? If not, we're ready to move to fire? Let's move to fire.
Mayor, I just wanted to make a statement for the public that may be watching. There is a big increase in the ambulance service, but with the merger of Fort Worth, but we're getting a whole lot better service. Drive by the fire station, if they're not out on a run, there's an ambulance parked there, and the citizens are gonna be a lot better served with what we got now.
But I was hoping the chief would give us maybe a little more background on that, because this is a big change this year. You're right, Paul. It's a big number, but also a big change. So Chief, would you just give us a little background, just for folks that may not be as keyed into this as you have been?
Sure. Previously, the ambulance was operated in what's called a public utility model. It wasn't necessarily a city department, it was its own organization. The funding mechanism and the service for that had some challenges. So fortunately, City of Fort Worth stepped up and wanted to take ownership of that, being the biggest city, 90% of the system, apparently, or accordingly, to manage that system. And when they did that, they wanted to keep the opportunity for all the cities that had been members of the MedStar system in the same system. They allowed to do that. And what the end result is the ambulance system is being funded appropriately, and that what we see in the result of that is we have a better service coming out of that. It's still a lot in transition at the moment. They officially took over July 1st. There was a lot of work to get there, but the dispatching component, the actual staff, the ambulance that you see, this morning I drove past Fire Station 1. There were 2 ambulances in the parking lot, and there's routinely an ambulance at Fire Station 2. We just happen to be central to the geographical area for them to dispatch from or deploy from, which works really well. I do plan to come back before council here pretty quick and give an update. There's still a couple of things, like I say, that are in flux that I'm waiting to come to some kind of closer conclusion and bring back a formal report for you. But it is costing us money now. It was gonna cost the city, every city that's a member of it, their proportional part to fund it. That's what we see here and what we're paying in this year's budget, which will be the first full year. But we are getting exceptional service from it. I want to clearly rectify that MedStar didn't do a bad job. They were doing the best they could with the resources they had. And they're the ones that got us to this point, but it was time for a change. And that's what we see today.
Oh, thank you, Chief. Any questions for Chief on, specifically on the new ambulance service?
Just that this is the only thing we got. We either use them or the citizens of Saginaw don't get an ambulance service.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
Yeah, right, so.
Well, the other options are either poor service would struggle to get there, or we take it in-house, which would cost much more than what we're
Yeah,
paying
that's
today.
why I said it's only, because we already went through that, and that's cost prohibitive.
Yes, sir.
Just an ambulance alone would cost what this is costing.
Yeah.
I do have one question. Is there any way you can see if they still use it as a doctor, the apartments and everything? Are they still as active?
And say that
Okay,
again?
so like when our fire department was here and the ambulance was here, and the apartments would always call for little things and everything. Are they still doing that now that we moved to Fort Worth, or do you know?
We are currently doing that, but that's part of this transition where the fire department would likely respond to less than critical calls, and only the ambulance. The way it was set before with MedStar, there wasn't a mechanism for the fire chief to be assured that the ambulance was getting there in a sufficient amount of time, when they were going, if they were going. And now with we're taking it over, we're gonna get to that point where I can actually see if we have a call in the city that doesn't warrant the fire department, we can see that the ambulance is going and how long that takes.
Well, I know when we had it here, they had a lot of calls just right there.
Yes.
So I was just curious.
There's two more things on here I'd like to just point out,
Sure.
Mayor.
Yeah.
One, I'll point it
What-
out
what
here.
page you on? I'm sorry.
Same page. Oh, I'm sorry. 47.
Okay.
Yeah, the budget. So this, I'm gonna point it out here so I don't have to point it out in all the others. I'm just gonna point it out one time and then.
Let's do it.
Overtime, and I did send a question in for this, is all overtimes across the board seems to went up significantly, and I remember I sent a question, I'd like Gabe to address that.
Yeah, happy to do so. A few factors. One, the kind of the biggest pull on our overtime consistently is our special events. They continue to grow and be very popular. Everybody has a good time. That requires the lion's share of overtime from public safety and public works. So that was part of the increase. Another part, and it has a small fire department impact, is that the state mandated alert training, which is active shooter training, yet did not fund it. So all of our peace officers, I probably have the safest office in the city because I'm right next to Lee, who's a peace officer. So 2 weeks ago, he, along with probably some folks in this room, were at the alert training at Saginaw High School that's mandated. That's about $40,000 to $50,000 in overtime that all of our folks have to go to. There's no way around it. So,
Right, because we have, we have peace officers, yeah, we have fire chief, assistant fire chief are all licensed peace officers as well, right?
yep.
So we have more than just our police.
And I think, and it's a big number, I appreciate you bringing it up. If the thought is, you know, staff is not being cautious with overtime, that's certainly not the case. Now, in public safety, you have minimum staffing where if somebody's out, you can't say, oh, we're not going to have somebody on patrol this evening. It's just, you can't do it. So you have create kind of a mandatory overtime situation. But that's generally it, the increase across the board in overtime.
I just want to point that just because it's cross-board, and I knew that it was
It's a good,
like the state complains about the federal government always giving them unfunded mandates, well, the state's doing that to us.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'm not saying it's not a good thing with all the things that goes on and all this. I think it's good training, but it is something that the state says you shall do, you have to do, and then we got to figure out how to cover it. And here it is.
Poor Councilmember Morrison has the torture treatment and the sun in his eyes there.
It's a good spot. Place.
Yeah.
oh geez, I didn't see that.
It just moved from over there. It'll get around this way in a minute.
The other, and I wanted just to point out, we have to do it, but it's here, and it's an increase by like 52%, is just insurance, general liability, auto. Across the board, all the other, I'll only mention it this time, so I have to mention it. It went up, and what do you do? I mean, you know, just like your auto insurance or house, you gotta pay it. And it went up, it's going up 52%, and that's just
So got a few questions related to fire, and then kind of generally, I think we can address. One thing I also want to mention is previous till now, we had pretty substantial salary savings because we had so many vacancies citywide. Oh, I like that. Just getting sunglasses. That's impressive.
ZZ Tejas.
ZZ Tejas, yeah, that's good. My favorite ZZ Top song is LaGrange, so if you could start rocking out. When we're fully staffed, we've been able to handle it within. And then with our salary adjustments, that's how we got to where we need it now. So related to, and this was a question that we had emailed that came in, property and general liability insurance, what factors specifically increase this cost? Is TML the only provider? Are they the best provider? Do we shop our insurance? Are there options to reduce? So generally speaking, like you mentioned, on the automotive and property casualty, it's all going up. You may have experienced that in your personal property, your home. TML is pooled, and it's specifically and only for local governments. So if you get insurance through, let's say, Geico, that's a for-profit business. So the profit they make, sometimes it's transferred back to the customer, but they're in it to make a profit. TML is set up as a pool where the goal is to keep rates as low as possible. So could we get cheaper insurance? Probably doubtful. I mean, maybe we can check. The other part of the increase generally in property casualty insurance is just new buildings. We have some existing buildings. At the rec center, gosh, how many times have people backed into those panels? You know, things just add up.
Yeah.
So you have any comments specific to insurance?
I just know you have it through the whole state, so most everybody does it. Every city does it, most of them. And so we have a adjuster for workman's comp, because that falls within it, for property and liability. And we went down on workers' comp due to the fact that we try to get people back to work. So we did get a decrease there for this year. And then the fencing at the rec center, we ended up finding a vendor. I guess Corey Smith found a vendor where we saved a lot of money. It was like $57,000. We found another vendor that would do it for $6,000. So we saved some money there. We try to get the adjuster to come out, and we try to work with the adjuster that does it. And so far, they're the best ones that I've dealt with. But we can look if that's something that you want to do. It's across the whole state.
Next question is fire battalion chief vehicle. This was listed toward the end of the request. Could we wait another year, see what happens between sales and property tax? The answer is we can always defer equipment replacements. If the chief wants to comment specifically.
Sure. Not our recommendation. That's what gets us behind, because there's a lot of vehicles in this city and we have to stay on some kind of replacement schedule. If we were to look to really delay the battalion chief vehicle, because we are delaying one that we asked for, and we have another one next year coming right behind it, I would expect the same thing across the city in every department. The PD, Public Works, all that would defer a vehicle if we were asked to do that. It is a vehicle that we need.
While we're on some of the fire department stuff, there's some things that weren't funded that we are definitely gonna have to fund, and it may be something worth looking at a public safety bond. And we can loop in some of the fire stuff, and if there's some police things that we need. Because $2 million for a fire truck, and then we've got, it was $540 for $540,000 for renovation of Station 2. The building's 20 years old now? 25.
26.
Yeah. And the floor and all that, I mean, there's a lot of stuff here, and we're gonna get, if we don't start funding this stuff, we're gonna get way behind, and we're gonna have buildings falling apart and everything else.
We're talking about the special request starting on page
Yeah.
53. So it'd be nice to go through here just so we can make sure we're all on the same page, what's been funded and what ain't with the current budget. So, and I also noticed, I got a question mark here, you didn't start off with 1, you start off with 2. I don't know what happened to 1, but it's gone. But if you could just walk through and say whether it's funded or not funded.
Yeah, we're funding 4 and 7, I believe, correct?
Yeah.
That's all we're funding in fire, yeah. And I was sort of putting off the apparatus discussion until the very end because it's a big number. Is there anything else we want to discuss? And I like Paul's idea, but any of these other things that are unfunded outside of the apparatus that we want to discuss? Brad, go ahead.
I want to backtrack to page 47 real quick. On utilities, I noticed that it's a 50% increase, and I looked at the year-end actuals in 22 and 23. We spent about $35,000, which was not too far off of what we've budgeted for 24, 25. 23, 24, there was a pretty significant increase. Are we anticipating kind of almost a roller coaster in utilities, or because we're going from 38,000 to 57,000, so that's pretty healthy. Is there something that's changing or is it just utility costs?
No, I don't think it's a roller coaster. As far as cost and our contracts for that, I'm going to defer to finance, but.
Councilmember Sinclair, I do the utilities estimate for the departments, and it's based on historical usage, and this year we're anticipating a 3% increase in electrical costs.
But that's only 3%.
Yeah.
3% of the rate.
3% of, yes, correct.
Of the rate.
Right. So when the rate goes higher, it's usage, then creates a larger,
I can take a second look at it, but based on, I think I used an 18-month historical average.
Okay. Well, and I guess part of my question was also going to be, is the revised budget, are we still on track for the 38,560?
We, just for the sake of time, we didn't take as close a look at the year end, at the year end, so that might be low.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and
But the percentage increase does compare adopted to proposed,
Okay.
not revised.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can take a closer look at it.
Okay.
To instill a little confidence too, in the fire department in particular, utilities is a big thing for the fire chief. If lights don't need to be on, the thermostats get controlled. Ask anybody in the fire department. That's one of the things I try to manage as close as possible. And I do sign off on all the utility bills every month, so I see the spikes and I see the cost, and knowing if we're getting out of whack from what's our normal usage. So that's checked every month.
Well, and I knew that you did that, so when I saw that there was a 50% increase, I was like, well, what is this attributed to?
Right.
And I just wanted to dig into it a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Couple comments, Mr. Mayor. Request number 1 is the Emergency Management Coordinator, which is in a different tab. So you'll recall, we formerly had a partnership with Lake Worth where we shared. That position's been vacant for some time. Because the general fund is tight, we're proposing that remain vacant. Want to mention one question that came in regarding the renovations. Could we create an escrow or a sinking fund so that it is funded in a few years? The answer is yes. The reality is no, because that would be in the general fund, and that takes up capacity in the general fund. So
You're talking about line item, you combine 2 line items, 6 and 8.
so I'm speaking to the request for the renovations, the 550,000. Let me.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, and if, you know, if we're talking about eventually doing, like, with the apparatus, and we can include that, then that's, you know, something that I think would be
Yeah.
agreeable.
But yeah, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, that's correct. It could go to voters as a public safety bond. And based on age, it's 25 years. It needs some significant maintenance.
Yeah, and one question I had about Station 2 is, and I mentioned this before, the sign out front. I don't like that sign. It's old. It looks bad. We deserve better. I don't know if we want to wait. Well, a lot of this stuff we want to wait on. That's on my list. The sign's on my list because our fire department deserves better signage.
which item is that?
It's not an item. It's a me item that I've brought up before, and I have seen it. When I drive by there, it ticks me off, so.
Yeah.
Previously, I had some landscape there, but it grew up a little bit tall. It was replaced, and then we had some problems with it, so we'll see about getting, in the meantime, getting some landscape there to
Well,
spruce
and
it up.
honestly, that sign is way off the road. It's in a weird spot. You have to look to find it. I guess that's part of my problem with it too. It's
Yes,
just-
sir.
But again, that's a me thing. It's not a huge deal, but, all right, so do we want to talk a little more about apparatus and the big dollar stuff? One thing Paul mentioned to me the other day that I thought was interesting was the option for a smaller unit to cover some of these things. You want to discuss your thoughts there on that, Paul? Because you've got the experience on this.
Yeah, I know some cities have gone to like paramedic fly cars, so they're not running the big apparatus all the time. We'd have to look at it and see how we would do staffing and everything with it, because, you can't put a fire out with 2 people, but.
We've done that in the past. We were one of the first ones in the area to do that. Matter of fact, I've written a paper on this in my Fire Chief Academy class. I believe it was probably 2008 when we started it. We did it for, I think, approximately 5 years. The reason we discontinued it is for that very reason. We couldn't afford to just keep 2 people on the fire truck. And sometimes during staffing, that would drop back to 1 in order to staff that smaller vehicle. We still have that vehicle that we use for that is at Public Works now, but we did a trial run of 5 years of that. There is some definite benefit to that, but it's not an end-all be-all either. It's going to take more people to do that. But then what you create is a lot of times you're still running 2 vehicles out to a critical call. If there's a cardiac arrest or MBA, that's 2 vehicles versus 1. But it would require more people for us to do that, and there's a trade-off in the cost of personnel versus wear and tear on the apparatus. but it's something we could certainly consider. We do have history with that and well-versed in what that is.
I remember that.
So when you wrote that paper, was it after the 5-year analysis, or was it at?
No, it was part of the fire academy. We were already in that process, really at the infancy of it, or at the start of it. Well, I guess we were about halfway through, and I can share that with you.
Yeah, that's what I was wanting to see, because I do know when you first start something, you know, you'll have one opinion, then after you finish your postmortem, whatever you want to call it, a lot of times you'll have a different one.
That's very true.
Now, with the new structure with Fort Worth, are you gonna be running as many BLS basic calls?
That's what I spoke about earlier. The plan is to back that off where some of the non-critical calls, we wouldn't run the fire truck out to. It would just be the ambulance that runs that.
So that'll cut down a bunch.
That'll help a little, okay.
We're not quite there yet because that takes some technology to track all that, but that's where we're headed.
All right, and one thing I didn't mention earlier, we have a fire truck on order. Can you give us an update on that? And remind us when we ordered that darn thing and how much it was and?
We ordered that in October of 2022.
Okay.
The original estimate in getting that thing was up to 28 months. We will get it at the 1st of October, the first week of October, I think is when we're set.
Okay.
That will be 36 months, and I'm gonna give you some information in a little bit to show you that that's not just a Saginaw thing. But we will get that at 36 months. How that was funded with the fire department station budget, we had some savings from that account that we applied to the fire truck.
And that's a pumper truck?
Yes, sir, it is a fire engine.
A fire-
And it is to replace our 2003 engine that we currently run.
And was that, if I recall, was that 900,000? How much was that truck?
I think it was 901,000, and I have that exact here. but
Did we pay that up front, or how much what was our
We paid that
finance?
up front, resulted in about $130,000 worth of savings for prepays.
Okay, that's what I thought, okay. All right, you want to go into the new truck now, or the?
We go wherever you like.
Let's talk about that apparatus. Give us some background on it, what it would cost, just so
Okay.
the council's
I
level
think
set.
Mr. Ram sent out some information that I hastily prepared. Sorry I didn't get that to you earlier. Hopefully answered a lot of your questions. The fire truck replacement we had for 26, 27, but that was when it was 36 months to get it. Now that average time is 40 to 48 months. That's why it was moved up a year. If we ordered the fire truck come October, which is challenging for us to do with doing the specs, that would put it in 2029. That would make our current apparatus at the 15, 16-year mark, which is ideally when you want to replace that. I put some information in here about what the average replacement schedule is, which is a little soon to that, because the Metroplex, obviously you see fire trucks running up and down the road no matter what community you're in, extremely busy. I'll get Chief Craver to pass out something to you, and then we'll collect those back up when we get done. I did get some information from two of the prominent vendors here in the area that I've got to make sure I keep in my possession and it doesn't get out. Not confidential information, but something that otherwise wouldn't be given to us, and I'll go over that. I just want to say, we can't obviously determine a definitive solution for the fire truck thing, but what we can't afford is to kick the can down the road. We gotta have some kind of plan.
So here's my thing just on this, is this is item number 3, $2 million for the aerial aspiratus truck. Is, in this current budget here, it's not funded, and it almost sounds like we're trying to figure out today how to fund it here. And to me, I kind of push back on Gabe and the finance department. You guys need to give us how you recommend us fund it if you want it budgeted. I shouldn't be sitting up here having to try to figure it out.
Its answer is pretty simple, and we either issue COs or we bring it to voters. An expenditure of that level is not something we can save up for, and a ladder truck is something that a department our size with our industrial core and apartment buildings, we have to have. It's just expensive. There was some discussion in the chief's memo about escalating costs in ladder trucks. I believe there's a congressional inquiry about the escalating costs because there's very few players. I mean, there's a ton of sticker shock, but it's the reason we brought it to your attention is that we can't say, given the lag time for the order. So let's say we order it, this is my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but if we order it today, we're not going to receive it until about 4 years because they've got to fabricate it and this is not something that you can necessarily buy off off a shelf or something. So there's
And that happens to be the 40 to 48 months. That's the vendor we typically have been using. The other prominent vendor in the area is a little bit quicker than that. And then I'm not sure of, there's about 10 major fire truck manufacturers. So I'm not sure of their schedule, but to my knowledge, they're all delayed quite a bit.
They're all 3 to 4
For
years.
things out of their control.
They're all 3 to 4 years now.
Yeah.
So I have a question. It looks like there's other municipalities that might be looking at buying a truck soon. Is there a way to do kind of like a fleet purchase where we could combine with other municipalities and buy multiple vehicles and get a discount on it if they're being built at the same time?
What you see in those, and I can run through that really quickly because I don't want this to hijack our conversation, it's a much bigger one, right? Is that those are HGAC buy board prices, cooperating buy prices, particularly for each one of these. That's about the lowest you can get the fire truck. Now, every fire truck has their own needs and desires when they go design the fire truck because they all carry different equipment, deploy their hose loads different, sit in the cab different. So that's where the price variation comes in. But there's not any, you will see in there's one for our big brother city here. They're paying the same price for 2 of them that we would pay for one. So if you look back there further, they probably have about 10 of them on order, and they're all in that same price range. So to answer your question, just quantity doesn't get you a significant discount, if any. Okay. Now, I don't pretend here to sit here and know what the vendors do in detail, but
So my question, because I know nothing about buying fire trucks, okay?
I'll help you
But- Yeah, that's why I always lean to, I've asked Paul a lot of questions, okay? But when I buy a truck, you can buy a fleet truck. That's your standard issue, bottom of the line truck, okay? No thrills, no deals. Comes with an AM radio, that's it, right? Then as you add more to it, you get to what they call, say, the King Ranch, right? On this truck here, are we getting the fleet truck or are we getting the King Ranch?
we're getting about the middle. We've never bought the top end. We've never bought a stock truck, thankfully, since I've been here, maybe prior to me coming on the fire department in '95. But we've been thrifty and tried to buy the one that meets our needs. And it's hard for me to quantify to you, but anybody that visits our fire station, salesmen, other fire departments, everything, we take exceptional care of our equipment and get it. I want y'all to rest assured, we get the maximum amount of use that we can get out of a fire truck with the fewest amount of repairs. And I would stand that up against any fire department in the Metroplex if they come to visit us. So we buy about the middle of the road. If I was going to quantify it in that area, it's about in the middle. We, just because of our size, we carry a little more equipment than, say, Big Brother down the road, because they can get 5 fire trucks and they all carry some different stuff, where we carry almost everything we could need for anything, just because of our smaller size. So it requires some, not extra compartmentalization, but some customized to handle all that equipment and keep it secured. We run an ALS system, so we carry a lot more EMS equipment than any fire department that's around us just about on our apparatus. So some of that requires some customization.
Yeah, and I was gonna say that when I visited Fire Station 1 and you were talking about that truck, the 2014 truck, I had asked you, I was like, can we prolong this and use it longer? Because it is in great shape.
It
So
is.
to y'all's credit, y'all take really good care of your stuff, which is why, for 25 years, the kitchen at Station 2, I haven't been over there, but I'm sure that it's in good shape, but it's just outdated. So thank you
Appreciate
guys for
that.
taking care of that stuff.
It's usually some of the components you can't see that begin to come the problem, brakes, suspension. Railroad tracks are terrible for fire trucks. We cross those on a regular basis. Just the road surfacing, those are terrible for fire trucks. Electronics wear out, the availability of parts begins to become a problem, not parts that the manufacturer controls, but parts they buy to put on the fire truck. Sometimes those become challenges. That's why there is a lifespan of a fire apparatus. Anyway, going down the pages, I reached out to both the prominent vendors in the area that control probably 95% of the market because they build a quality product. They're well represented here in the area. So the price is equal between both of those. And then I showed you what's on order for some other surrounding departments here, what has been ordered in the past. If you'll look particularly at sheet number 5, That's a fire truck that's been ordered. I only put that in there to show the kind of discounts available for prepay. I know that may not be an option for us, and I'll talk about how the methods of funding, but you can get upwards of, $200 and something thousand for a prepay for a fire truck. A lot of cities can't do that, and a lot of cities have backed off of that now because it's such a commitment. They've got to order the truck and then work on getting the money for payment. And then the very last pages you'll see, that's the vendor that we have been using from 2022 to now. That's all the aerial ladder trucks, not the pumper trucks, specialty trucks. That's all the trucks they have on order. I put that in there to show the date they were ordered, the date they're scheduled for delivery. And as you can see, as we move from 2022 to 2025, that gets up to that 4-year mark. Some of them are a little beyond. So that's not just a Saginaw thing. There is a misconception that if you're Fort Worth Fire Department, you can order a truck and get it much quicker than we can, and that is absolutely not the case. It doesn't matter what the emblem is on the side, you're gonna wait in line. It just depends on when you get your order in. Now, I think there are some factors if a department's in dire need that a vendor is gonna step up and try to help them. And there are stock trucks out there. There's a used truck market. If you had to have something in emergency, we go out here and wreck a fire truck and we gotta have an immediate replacement. We could go out there to the used market and hopefully get something that would suffice for, 2 or 3 years.
That's an interesting question. Can we take our old aerial truck and sell it on the used market, and what would we get out of it?
We can. I don't know what that would be 4 years out. We have generally held onto our trucks so long at the end, they're not really valuable. If you're getting close to that 1,000,000-mile mark, they're not worth a whole lot. But we have traded our previous aerial ladder truck. We've traded it in. It was a 2001 model. I think we got $40,000 for it.
It's
So
$40,000 more than.
yeah, some is better than none. This truck that we have is a pretty good one. So at the time we get the replacement for it, we could either keep it as the reserve, or we could look at selling it open market or trading it in.
We just can't
That's
trade it in
always
up
an
front,
option.
though. We gotta wait till we get the replacement.
Right.
So that's the problem.
The next question I have, can we separate the chassis and the engine from the aerial part? Have the aerial part, say, resurfaced and then slap back on a new truck?
They do refurbs of fire apparatus. I haven't researched that before. We had one that was a 1981 model, I believe, refurbed back in 2006. It came back with it was a good truck. It had some challenges in the turning radius because it was a long one. It had a bucket on the back. It was a large truck, but they do refurbs. They're not as common today as what they used to be, just because the cost. At some point, there's a tipping point where it makes sense to buy a new one. But that's something we could certainly check into as well. I could get you some information on that, because they do refurbs.
All right, so I was jotting some notes here, just sort of thinking out loud. We have a few options here. None of them are fantastic, but they're options. And tell me if I missed any. One option is, we do it this year, we do a CO, we buy it. We order it, 4 years out, of course. Option 2, we punt the next year and we do a CO next year. Option, we punt the next year and we do a bond. You could do a bond. Or I have punt, question mark, ... TBD down the road. Again, none of those are fantastic options, but that's really what we need to think about. It's a big dollar amount. It's not going to get any cheaper, though, as time flies. So what are council's appetite for some of this?
Could I add something real quick,
sure.
Mayor?
Yes,
One thing I failed to cover. Buying options, you can order the truck. We don't have to pay for it till it gets here. That's however long it's built. That's one option.
True.
You can prepay the whole thing up front. You can make a first prepayment a year down the road, which still garners you some savings. That's one of those examples I have shows that. Say if we ordered it costs $2 million. I think we're gonna be just south of that, hopefully. But if we ordered a fire truck for $2 million, just for an example, we did that in October of 2025, and we made our first payment October of 2026. That would cut it to about 50% of what our prepays could be. Or we could pay for it quarterly. They will work with you in any fashion possible, but you could defer the payment until we get the truck. I will say there's no way we could order it in October. The fastest we could probably order it would be January, because the way you purchase fire trucks has changed a little bit with the way you do the specs. So it would take us, I think I put in one of those things, up to 3 to possibly 6 months to dial in the specs specifically what we need, because that's a back and forth. Price comes into that, hey, we need this, what does that cost? That takes time to figure that out. Figuring where our equipment goes, because they changed the cab configuration for what we used to buy now a little bit, so it would be at least January or later before we could order a truck, just putting realistic on it. Another caveat is we have a fire truck that the county provides to us that stays at Station 2. They go out there to the fire truck, it doesn't start, that's the truck they immediately jump on, or they do preventative maintenance on our primary truck, they will jump on that county truck because it's in the station for a day or two. It's about the most we typically run it. The county is in transition to emergency service district. They looks like they're getting into the fire department business to meet their needs in the county. So at some point, that fire truck over there may leave our possession. It will still be in the county for service.
We don't own that truck.
That's correct. They provide it to us for use. We do the preventative maintenance on it. Major repairs they do, it's for us to use because we respond out in the county under contract. They not only pay us an amount, they give us a fire truck to do it because there's no hydrants out there. If that truck leaves, that means that we need to own 4 fire trucks. We only own 3 today. So that's part of this discussion too, is when we order a replacement, instead of getting rid of one, we're gonna need one because you're gonna need an immediate reserve at the other station if possible. And when I would say reserve apparatus, that's a little bit of a, not an accurate term. More and more, we're on our reserve apparatus for it to be secondary because a lot of, reserve means it's used occasionally, not very much. It's routinely pressed into service and used sometimes in long duration, depending on what's going on with the other truck. So not that you want a wore-out truck for that because it's pressed into service quite a bit.
Mary, you have a question?
Yes, year over year, does the price escalate significantly for these large purchases?
It used to be about 3%, right now it's 6%, sometimes a little more depending on the year. And I try to put in some of the major components, obviously what goes on with the federal government with a lot of parts are imported. Talks of tariff, that has a big deal. You could see the challenge for a manufacturer to project 4 years out because they won't build that truck. It gets in line about 4 months before we get it. That's how quick they build it. It's all the orders prior to us, so they got to project what their cost is, 3 or 4 years out.
2 years ago, it was 29%.
Yeah. Sometimes they have some substantial jumps.
This would probably be a question for Kim. I know some departments also do lease purchases. We talked about it a little bit, but if you want to share what we talked about with everyone.
Well, if we do a lease purchase, say 5%, you'd be looking at maybe $550,000 a year, but it would have to come from your operating side.
So here's what I'd like, we're central, again, I'd like to push this back on Gabe and our finance director and our fire chief, go through those options you mentioned and then come back with the pros and cons of each one. Instead of us sitting here, I'm sitting here trying to figure this out and my head's beginning to hurt.
That's why I would
Give
like
us-
to know what the discounts is if we pay
Yeah,
early
yeah,
and
yeah.
if you'll tell me how much that is.
Yeah,
easy.
you answered one of my questions just by talking. You said if we buy it now and say we're gonna pay, we don't have to actually pay for it until they deliver it. Well, that gives us 4 years to save up $2 million. Well, then that becomes a finance director. Okay, well, how much do we have to tighten our belt to do that, And all of those. Now, I would like all of that figured out, and if we do a lease to buy, what does that cost me? Because I'm gonna have to pay interest on that, and that's just like at my house. But I want all that figured out and just give it to me. Option A, option B, option C. And with your all's recommendation, which one do you think would be best?
I have a question too, because I know it's a little bit different from what I'm used to. I'm used to the business side where it's a private business. If you had something like this and you had cash reserves, you could use the cash reserves to pay for it. I just didn't know if there was an option to do that possibly, or do part of it with cash reserves.
As Chief mentioned, the last truck we purchased was savings from the new facility, and we used a little bit of ARPA money, I believe. And then the one before that, we used cash reserves, and we paid 100% cash for it. I think the one before that, it's been many, many years, we did do a lease purchase.
One of them we did, I think the 2001, 2003 cash reserves, this most recent one was the fire station, so.
With ARPA, yeah,
Yes.
we used some.
It was about $150 in ARPA funds.
So if we could have that option as well to see.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, there could be a whole combination where we place the order, and in 4 years, we say, okay, we're gonna pay cash on half and finance the other half. It's just like buying a house or a car or anything else. There's multiple different ways of doing it.
I think what you're after is our intent, but the timeline got pushed out. Like I say, we had this for a next year discussion.
Yeah.
So just as surprised as you are, we're working pretty quick to do that.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was a downfall of any of the staff. We're gonna get you what you need, but we did not want to not bring it forward, right, and know what
Oh,
we're
it's a
facing.
good discussion.
Well, now we have
So that's-
discussion. We can.
All right, Brad, you have a question?
Yeah, so one thing I'd be interested in also seeing is if we issued a certificate of obligation for this and did a prepay, how much of the interest we would pay for the CO that would offset the prepaid discount that we get? And would it make sense to take advantage of a 50%, you know, in that time period, are we paying more in interest than we're saving on the front end by spending our money, essentially?
We will certainly figure that out. I know with this particular vendor we use, it's greater to do the prepay. The other vendor, of an example I gave you, it's about equal. So they all do it a little bit differently.
Okay.
You want these back?
Yes, ma'am, we'll
All right,
collect
all right,
those.
so I think what I'm hearing is we're going to table, not table's the wrong word. We're going to push this out to a future workshop to get more information from staff. But this is a good discussion. If you have other questions you think about offline, send them to Gabe and the chief, just so they'll know what we're thinking. Since we've got some good information, we've had some thoughts, so more things may pop up. Send those out, just so we'll know. So that's why I wanted to have this discussion today, just so we see where we are and where we want to go. All right, anything else on fire? We
Yeah,
discussed
just-
a lot. Yes, sir.
Just so we're clear, the only two things that's funded in this current recommended budget is item 4
And 7.
and 7.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And so in the future, we may want to discuss, if we do a bond or a CO, we would discuss a Station 2, something as well to that, because Station 2 needs some love. So,
And that equals out to about $110,000 funded for the fire department.
Correct.
all right, anything else on fire before we turn the page? Going once, going twice? All right. Police.
Got a comment on page 64, the items 1 and 2, we're not funding these, but I'd like to put these on a possible list, should sales tax increase, that we could fund it through CCPD, doing a mid-year,
Like, you think mid-year? Okay.
What is 6?
You said 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
1 and 2, what is 1 and 2?
Yeah, one is the
Sergeant,
special
upgrading
services.
the sergeant and
Okay,
the
one
video
second.
adaptation.
Okay. Before we, anytime we talk about adding resources, I would lean back to the city manager and say that, you know, because he gets a broad brush across all of the resources, all the departments, and I would like to see, or before I would agree to it, a pecking order. So, you know, library, fire, public works, the police department, how many resources they need, and for the city, you know, which one is most important, you know, the number one. We got to replace this one first. It's the most critical for the overall city. So I would like to see that more as a holistic for the whole city.
So I can address that real briefly, and we actually talked about this at a workshop several months back. The thought, as you're aware, in the general fund, it's tight, so we're not adding a lot of positions because we've got a lot of ongoing costs that are going up that, you know, have to be absorbed to keep services as they are. The general consensus of everyone here, and my feeling, is that we commit, the council has directed us to, with our salary plan, to steps for existing employees before we add new positions. So we're not going to do something at the expense of existing employees. You'll probably get tired of me hearing this, but the adjustments have worked. I mean, everybody in this room, we've been able to fill vacancies because of that. There's no two ways around it. We've been able to get certified people for the first time in years in multiple departments. Our testing for the fire department recently was strong. I think we had 8 that are pretty strong, and we'll be able to fill those. As far as priorities, I don't envy your position, but the city council added a couple positions last year, and we recognized them with one-time funding because they were council priorities. This is not good practice. You need to have ongoing revenues to support that. So I would say the pecking order, just briefly, would be funding our building maintenance manager, who I might add is a soft taco eating champion. So I wish you were here to show his belt. To add that ongoing, to add our part-time tech in the animal shelter, and then police and fire. After that, we can all discuss. The library certainly has needs. With the big new building, we're going to see an influx. We're going to see more activity.
Well, just because it's a new, bigger building, not necessarily we're going to have, I mean, at the first, we're going to have more people, but it'll probably slack off some.
I think you're right. Yeah.
It's gonna be so popular, it's gonna be crazy popular, especially once you get into next summer. I think next summer is what I'm looking at. We need to have more heads by next summer.
Yeah.
Or head, because it's gonna be so popular and so crazy next summer.
So
But
we,
that's library.
for
So-
police, as we have capacity, we basically, as we can fund it, you may recall, we add positions that are sales tax funded through CCPD. So we hope that sales tax returns to growth, but it's been pretty chilly lately. We're probably gonna end up at budget or close to it, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves and say, hey, we're going to have 10% growth so we can add 3 officers or something like that.
All right, so under police, so the only one that's funded is number 5. That's my read of
I
it.
have a question about that.
Yes, ma'am.
How much would it cost us to buy the barricades and just have them here?
1.2 million.
Yeah, 1.7 million.
1.7 million.
1.7 million. I didn't see that.
And when we're talking about those barricades, boy, I literally, when I read that, I'm like, come on, guys, it's some sawhorses with some orange tape around it, okay? And some brown barrels. And then when I read what it was and understood it, and again, it's one of those things that we say, well, we don't need those. We don't need those until somebody drives through one of our,
It's a safety issue.
yeah,
It's-
yeah, so it's,
Right, it's not just crowd control, it's a safety issue.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
I just didn't see the 1.7.
And Mr. Mayor and Council, I
Yes, sir.
would note that they did have an incident this morning in Los Angeles where a car drove into a large crowd.
Yeah.
So there's 30 injured, 3 critical, so it happens.
yeah, that's what we're saying. It's one of those
No,
things
I
that
think we
you,
need
yeah.
them, but I just didn't know if it would be cost effective for us to purchase them slowly and get it filled up, or whatever, you know, that's what I was thinking.
I spoke to Chief Ragsdale on Tuesday, and he's supposed to have lunch with Chief Montashagan and maybe talk about sharing a resource, looking at that. That was before we knew it was $1.7 million.
Sure.
But if we could get 2 or 3 cities maybe in on it, then it might be worth it. The other piece of this is we don't have to store them. They come in, set them up, they come and take them down, they maintain them, so, I mean, it's,
There's
No,
some,
I agree
there's
with
some
you.
benefits, yeah.
Especially on the 2 that y'all mentioned.
How many, how often would we use them? I think it's, we're calculating for two of the events.
Yes, sir, 2 of the events. It'd be the Christmas parade and then training ring.
Okay, that makes sense. That's 40,000 apiece then, if best I
Correct,
remember.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I know sharing across municipalities, I know that sometimes they're a little bit hesitant to share hard resources. Soft resources is one thing, but hard resources is, you know, if they got something nice, they kind of want to keep it in-house.
We're the same way, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So
You're right.
and then item 6 on page 66, mentioned about possibly doing a public safety bond. Maybe this is something we could include in that. It's a building upgrade to PD.
How old is the police department? It's 2000 when?
7.
7?
All right, I had a question on number 4. 8 police officers, really? Seriously? 8? You think, I mean, you couldn't just ask for 2? Or
That's
1 or
based
2?
on perf, that's based on national average.
Oh, I read, I know,
That's
I
why.
understand, but 8, seriously? I mean, you know we're not gonna give you 8. We might give you 2, or whatever. But also, my first thought was, we can't recruit the 8 people that fast. That takes time. I mean, we've been very good at recruiting. I'm glad we're full staff, or almost full staff.
We have our 42nd position just concluding background, so we hope to be able to give him a conditional job offer next week.
Outstanding. That's great news. But it's taken a long time to get there. So that's my concern about adding officers, because it just takes time.
Hire some more ticket writing machines.
Right.
So when did you say we would be at 0 behind, that we'd be fully?
We have our 42nd candidate is in the final stages of background, and we should be giving him a conditional job offer next week.
And so as soon as he accepts that, then that means he's on?
We are fully staffed.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
cool.
Which is great news.
Gonna have a heck of a party that day.
That's good news. We have not been full, when was the last time we were full staff in the PD? Do you have any idea?
It's, 10 or 11 years. Yes, sir.
No? Okay. So that's important.
I can tell you right now, everybody loves the new traffic officer, okay?
Oh, he's
He
great.
over there on Woodcrest, and they're all, oh, look, he's hiding today, he's down the road, they all know where he's coming, though. He was there this morning.
Just, I look at the monthly reports that we get, and where we're at traffic ticket-wise from a year ago. I mean, it's huge, and the residents are going, we're not seeing the complaints of as, nowhere near as much of people speeding, and they see the officers out there, so it's working.
I don't know that, Basswood's raising to the occasion. They're still pulling people over like.
Oh,
candy.
you could pull 24 hours a day, you could sit somebody on Basswood.
We'll have more money than this time.
No, we could have one officer on Basswood full-time, 24 hours a day, and he would write tickets nonstop.
That's the way Woodcrest is. They come around that one curve off of McElroy, and they're going real fast. It's really funny, early in the morning when my headlights are on, because I have the Cadillac, they all slow down as soon as they see me come around that curve, because they think it's that police car, and it's not. So, yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just one comment if possible. And I know because everybody's eyes get wide open, just like the 8 police officers. I think the intent is for y'all to show what the city manager and finance has to balance from the department heads to ask, and give y'all a bigger picture than maybe you've had in the past of what the needs are in the city. Certainly justification comes with that, but I think it's better for y'all to know than not. But you could see how hard city management and finance job is to try to balance that and bring you something that is a solution to it. Sometimes there's not a solution, but at least you know what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah. And that's, I'm okay with the 8, and I'm pretty sure Ragsdale knew that he wasn't getting 8, but he's wanting to set the national standard, and from what it says that you should have one police officer for every 1,000 citizens. And so he's saying, well, for us to get to that, what's considered acceptable, here's what I actually need. And so that kind of gives us over a period of years to begin to work towards that. So I'm okay with that.
So I want to note one thing. It was the last request because it was related to IT.
Which one?
Number 6 on page 66. Our hand may be forced on the facility access at some point in the future because the current system is obsolete. And if it comes to the jail, we have to have an operational jail with controlled access. There's no way around it. I mean, it's just tough.
The system that we got in there is from 2007, it's the original system. We did a refresh in 2017 of the computers. What we have are these large cabinets with a lot of like electronics inside of them that cause the jail doors to release, cause the sally ports to rise and the gates to rise. And those parts have been the parts that have started going out this last year, not the computers. Computers are actually doing okay right now, the 3 or 4 that we have that are part of the system. But this became an issue partly because we have to have a jailer back there all the time now, because we don't have a dispatch to watch them. So if someone is in distress back there in the jail, we don't have that. And we currently don't have a way to type the footage over to Lake York, because the system we have right now doesn't support something like that. It's not a cloud-based system. So we had 2 instances in the last year where things happen in this tax law system. It controls the lightings, it controls the emergencies, it controls the doors, the top of the jail. So you could have a jailer and you could just have a set of keys and run the whole jail like that. But if the lights go off, then you can't use the jail, and that's exactly what happened for a day. And I had to post on message board because this system is old enough that we used to use a company called Winterly Mallet out of Plainville. They went out of business during the COVID years, and I found someone that worked on our original system and bought a lunch to come out and look at this, so they do that. That's where we're at right now. Is the people have retired and used to work on this type of stuff, and the system just isn't. It might run out in 4 years. I'm not telling you that it might not. We might not have just little hiccups, but if it goes out, we won't be able to use that jail.
One thing to keep in mind, and the chief may have more details, the long-term kind of goal, you may recall this from past workshops, is to share jail services with some of our partner agencies so that Lake Worth and Blue Mound and maybe the school district, if they had arrested persons, they would bring them to our jail and pay some sort of fee.
Blue Mound now, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we do it with Blue Mountain and EMS ISD Police.
Does EMSI give us any money for anything, just out of curiosity?
They have made one arrest since we went into agreement with that ILA, so they can definitely can control their costs there. So they have made one arrest.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to make a lot of arrests, though.
No, sir.
All right, so
This
it's 253, but the critical piece is 160,000. That's what I'm getting out of this discussion. But at the very bottom, it says jail, critical, 160,000. That's the big number.
It is, but it was hard to find anybody that, a lot of people came out and looked at the system, and they would say, oh, yeah, I can do this, and then I'd never do it back. This is a 3-year process of trying to find somebody that would actually work on the system. It was calling people and finding people, and having some guy come down from Oklahoma that did jail systems for the casinos and stuff, and you have lights, you have an intercom system, you have gates, you have a badge card, and it's all integrated into one system. And a lot of people just weren't, they would sell a product. Well, I sell a product. I don't do the integration. I sell a product. So you would have somebody come out and they would pitch for CADA or something else. And well, then I would say, well, how do I get my intercom system intertwined with this so if a prisoner presses the button while he's in a cell, somebody can get it at Lake Worth? Well, I don't do that. So it was hard just finding someone that would do all of this into one, because when we did this with a company that did do prisons. So a lot of people are vendors. Not a lot of people are actual, they'll come out and drop the system off and say, hey, there you go, buddy. It was hard finding somebody. I mean, it's been 3 years of people coming out and saying, I'm going to send you a quote, and never get it.
So Greg, so you think we need to do the whole 250?
The problem with not doing the whole thing is that the price is going to go up. I've already been told that by them. If we just do this, it's going to cost us more when we get around to doing the rest of it. So, like I said before, you can sit on this, but if something happens in the jail, you're not going to have a usable jail. It'll just be, we'll have to send somebody somewhere else.
All the wiring and everything that you had to do when we went with Lake Worth and all that impact, that physical stuff, are we gonna do that again with this one? Or how's that gonna happen?
So we took the dispatch out and we moved the dispatch. Right now we have the old, so we have like like the intercom system is like a press button like you would see in like an old 70s movie when the sheriff would pick up the thing and go, "Ready, 19 or something like that. That's what we had. And it was just what we had. And it's a 2-wire system like, you used to be in houses in the future. That'll be a 4-wire system that can actually put this over. So if a prisoner's in distress or somebody calls on this, you don't have to pick that microphone up. You'll have it through a headset. So you don't have to do this. Some things will be required to be rewired, like the intercom system, like I said, is a 2-wire. That'll have to be required to change because that's not supported anymore. Nobody does that. But most of the wiring can be left the same. A part of that is the price you see is having to rewire that intercom system. And then part of it is changing the way the lights are currently held, because that system controls the lights too, because if you press an emergency button, the lights start flashing in the building and everything.
So for this $253,000, what we're getting is an integrator, a person who will take all these systems,
Yes.
integrate them together, and give us a state-of-the-art system.
A thing that will be in the cloud that can be,
Yeah.
whether we're Lake Worth or we do some other thing with somebody else, they can access this in a way that we don't have to have. Because right now, if we have a jailer that calls in sick and we have a prisoner, somebody's going to have to sit back there.
Yeah.
And that's just all we have.
So I have a question on, so line item number 3, if we did the 253,000, would number 3 be able to be pushed off a little bit?
Jail supervisor.
The jail supervisor?
That's a chief. Or the Chief Beneveni?
Yeah, right now, we currently have 4 jailers, and that provides us 24/7 coverage. The issue that we're having is if they have training, they take vacation, they call in sick, then we call in one of the off-duty jailers, they come in, and we've accrued a lot of overtime there. So, with us talking about expanding the jail and bringing in other cities, that's going to be something that we will need as a supervisor over the jail.
But can we put this off some if we did the,
We can put it off some, but we are accruing the overtime costs with, we have to have it staffed 24/7.
And I do appreciate that y'all listed at the very end that we paid $52,000 in overtime costs that would have covered this position. So that the cost of that position is really around $40,000. To add that position is really only about $40,000.
Extra.
And you get an extra body, you get the extra coverage. So,
So we would expect if we, this jailer supervisor, your overtime would go to zero for that. We'd be able to recoup that whole 52,000.
That's the idea behind it, yes, sir.
Would we need, if we partnered with, say, Lake Worth, would we need to hire additional staff, or would this?
In the
What
future.
we have in this supervisor be enough?
Yeah, that'll be something that we would have to, analyze exactly how many arrests are they making per year, how many agencies are involved, but that'd be something we look at in the future. But I would anticipate, if we did sign those ILAs, that we would have to look at additional staff.
So I will state this, while I'm not familiar with this system, I'm very familiar with very complex systems. And I can say that I understand your concern with the outage that we had. I think that absolutely that is a early warning system, that the system is outdated. And we need to do something, because I know these old systems like that, when they start going out, they start having intermittent problems. It takes an expert, a person who's helped design it, been there, and all these people's retired, the company's out of business, and something goes down, you start having cascading failures, and it is a booger to figure them out. So to me, this is something that, it's our jail and our police department combined. This has to go to the top of our list of figuring out how to fund it.
So we could fund this. It'd be a one-time, it would draw down fund balance, but just keep in mind that.
Well, you need to tell us what that means in dollar, okay, when you say it draws down on one-time fund balance, what's the negative part of that? What does that mean? What aren't we gonna be able to buy? What other things are we not gonna be able to do that we want to do? You see what I'm saying? I do know that, when you say that, I do know that it'll relate back to revitalizing the library department, the library building, to move public works in. When does it become a risk that we draw that down to where we can't do that, or we have to push that off?
So just generally speaking, I think a building vacant is the ticking time bomb. We have design completed, and that project's gonna be bid next month. Now, that doesn't mean we can afford all of it. I've asked Jared Kersey, and they're gonna break it into a base bid that's the bare minimum to do the renovation, and then alternates, so that we could potentially phase it. But that's, yeah, I mean, that could be, I think the all-in cost was it 4 million? You remember?
5.5, 4.1 is coming from general fund, we can justify 1.4.
Yeah, so.
I see.
Now, we've already done a portion of that, fix the roof, so.
That was my question.
Yep.
The roof was funded with ARPA funding, so
But was
that's,
that in that original total?
I don't know. I don't think the roof was included in the original total.
No, the roof wasn't included in that cost. He had it pulled out.
Yeah, so.
Go ahead. Finish up, Gabe.
I was just gonna say that the fund balance above policy requirements and restricted reserves is about 2.6 million, which is a lot of money, but these bigger projects, it goes very quickly.
Yeah.
So if it's the council's desire to address this issue, we can do it. It's just coming from the savings account.
Well, I mean, I'll relate back to your director of IT, and you ultimately on which one's most important. this is something that's pretty well in my wheelhouse, and I can tell you that if a system like this goes down, and you gotta reach out there across the wide, wide world and find somebody to walk in, you will probably spend $50,000 to $100,000 quickly getting your system back. And those guys are extremely expensive, and they're far and few between.
Well, and I have a question about if we do upgrade this, is there a additional subscription cost associated with this, or is it just this cost and then we're done?
The price I had come in was just this cost, that is what I was given from the final quote that I received from them. And we did a walkthrough on it, there wasn't anything included in that. I know what you're saying, and now that you mentioned that, it's kind of scared me, because I'm thinking the same thing, they did not mention that. So I'll have to go back and talk to them for sure, but they did not mention that.
I'm just concerned that we upgrade the system and then they say, okay, yeah, now it's gonna be $34,000 a year to maintain it or to use it. So, right. Especially if it's cloud-based. I mean, it's gonna have some server costs, so.
So is that a priority of the council to include this?
I think number 6, Brett, you have-
I was just gonna say yes, absolutely.
I think,
Greg, can
I
you
think
get the
6 is a
subscription
priority.
costs?
Well, we need, yeah, I mean, this is we need to come back and make sure, absolutely sure that we've got, these guys are capable of doing it, other facilities that they've done, things like that. Sure. Through the standard is this good?
All right, so I'm hearing 6 is a priority, so Kim, can you put this on the list, please? If everybody's okay with that, adding 6?
I just don't wanna say yes to it unless.
No, we need more information, sure.
We need more information.
And I think Greg understands what's going on, so, all right, 6, yes. What about 3? What are we thinking about 3? We had a little discussion on 3, where are we on that?
I don't know, can we do it? I mean, so we talk about coverage, I mean, would we need, so this is a jail supervisor, are they, a jail supervisor, is that a supervisor over people, or is it just a person in the jail supervising the people that are in the jail?
Yeah, no, it would be the lead jailer, basically, so they would supervise the other 4 PSOs.
Right, so could we just have another PSO to do that, to cover the time and not have a jail supervisor?
I would say as far as, chain of command, it would be important to have a supervisor position back there. So that would be our recommendation, is it to be a supervisor.
So my position on this is no, not right now. And the reason for it is Gabe's already give us his priority, and his priority was to first, let's fund the people that we've already hired, which is the building maintenance person and the part-time person for the animal shelter. Then after that, he did say police and fire. Gabe needs to tell us, is this the next person on his list? So maybe mid-year we come back, if Kim tells us that we got the other 2 funded and we got the money to do this, then I'm all for it.
Well,
If that's what Gabe
I'm
wants.
sure Kim can find us a ton of money by mid-year, but,
Well,
There's a money tree somewhere out back, it's fine.
the department priority list, I mean, the special services sergeant is higher than that, and that's a more public-facing person. So in my opinion, I would think that the special services sergeant would be before this jail person. That's just my opinion,
No.
just based on their feedback.
and that's, so what I'm hearing is we're definite on number 6, 6. So yes, 6, TBD on everything else. I think
You
that's
have
what.
one jailer retiring the end of the year, correct?
Yes, sir, we've talked him into staying till January. But I don't think he's gonna stay much after that.
So are we gonna be able to find somebody, or are we gonna end up having to pay a lot of overtime because we're gonna be short?
There'll be a transition period where we'll accrue overtime while we hire a new candidate.
Okay. All right, any other police questions? Any other PD questions? We've covered a lot. We've had some good discussions. I really appreciate Greg being here. Thank you for being here, Mr. Director of IT. We need your input. This is good stuff.
So the number 5 was already funded, and we've requested that number 6 be funded.
Yes, sir. I think council's good with all that, right? Everybody good? Okay. All right, I'm going to propose, we're at 10:05, let's take a break. Everybody good with that? Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 10:14. Thank y'all. You are.
Come on, Miss Daisy.
Okay. All right, we got everybody? I think we got everybody.
See, I always give her a ride when she needs, needs one, so I call her Miss Daisy.
All right. All right, so we are on Public Services tab. So that's starting on page 69, and let's go to the big pieces on page 74. Starting at 74. Questions?
I have a quick question.
Where he's getting up against a
Uh,
deadline and he doesn't
On item number 3,
an explanation of where it's at.
it's not actually a complete sentence at the end, and so I'm just wondering what the rest of that text is.
All right, let's all get together on the meeting. Come on. Everybody sit down. Listen up. All right, go ahead. Repeat your question, please.
Okay, on item number 3, on page 74, it's talking about the sprinkler system upgraded. It says it is also the only city facility that. Could we know what the rest of that paragraph's supposed to be, or that sentence?
Can you,
Does not have,
so, yeah, so that's the only facility that we have that doesn't have a full-blown irrigation system in it. It's
okay. Thank you. I just didn't know what the rest of that sentence was, and
No.
I was like, well,
All right.
had me on edge.
All right, and by looking, the only thing we have funded are 2 and 3, if I'm correct on this section. Is that
Can I ask a
correct?
question on number 2?
Go ahead.
Since it's for the school zone and the school charges so much more taxes, can't they pay that?
That was my question, too.
I'm just asking because it doesn't benefit us it does as a city, but why should we have to pay something for the school when they get way more taxes than we get? I'm just asking.
I think they're going to say, that's your public street, so.
Okay,
Well,
but it's for their.
I mean, we're fixing the public street because there's a school there.
Yeah.
That's your point,
I
which is a good point.
Yeah.
But,
Have you ever asked them to pay part of it, or do we not have that option to ask them to pay something of it?
Sure, we could
Because they
ask.
make way more taxes than we do, and I just thought it was kind of funny that we had to fix all this. You know, like Betsy Price was supposed to fix the roads over there in front of, on Old Decatur. How long did it take her to do that, and nobody really complained, but they get more taxes than we do as a city, and they should have fixed their road over there in front of the school that we paid for to put the, so.
I bet, Randy, I bet Cleet is watching, so
Can you
we'll
ask
just
them?
ask him.
we
Yeah.
certainly can
we can ask them.
ask.
I mean, ILT was pretty responsive when we had to do the road modification. They coughed
Yeah, they
up a
paid
good
for all
chunk of
that,
change
so-
for that.
They paid a little of it, yeah.
Yeah, but that's not, I mean, it's a school, it's not a public school, but,
Yeah, it
well, it is a public school too, yeah, it is, excuse me.
So a note on that request, I think given pedestrian student safety, we've got to do it. We had showed it in the street maintenance fund. I got clarification from the comptroller. They said if it's an upgrade, it's not eligible, so it would have to come from the general fund, and it's got to be within the confines of the street or sidewalk. So that's another draw.
Well, I just wondered if it might make sense just to ask them, they might be, I don't know that.
Even if
do.
they paid 50% of it.
I know.
Yeah, we can ask.
So
yeah.
this is to actually take just the sign that says slow down to a flashing
It's a
light sign.
flashing light and all that, right.
It's the program, you can program remotely the times, a lot of times you have to, I mean, not all the time right now, you have to go out to the site and program the
So,
flashing
and
light,
early
holidays,
So early release, somebody's got to go out and manually change every one of them.
Well, my thing is, because I guess it's one of the things that's not in the will, how do you determine whether, because I drive by school zones and it's just a sign that says school zone, 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. and then 3 p.m. and it's just a sign. Then you go through some school zones that's got the flashing signs. How is it determined whether you get a flashing sign or not? What if we just go through there and just put the regular sign?
that's determined by the school district.
Well, if it's determined by the school district, then it ought to be paid by the school district.
That's right. So the school district's telling us, we want a flashing sign. Well, okay, we'll put the flashing sign in, you buy the sign.
Well, it's not just, that, it's a safety thing as well.
It is a safety
I mean, we met with folks before, was it last fall, about those folks that were concerned about traffic at Saginaw High School and flashing sign, and we did some things, some change to make it a little safer. That's sort of what this is, what I see this.
But
This
we
is,
paid for that, and the school didn't help pay for that,
we,
either, did they?
absolutely, you're right,
Yeah.
100%.
So I just don't understand why the school wouldn't pay just a little bit of something to help
We-
us out, because
I'll
they make
certainly-
more than we do.
I can certainly ask and see.
Well,
Can we also ask them how they determine whether a flashing sign, because I know that if we put a stoplight up, the state says you need so much traffic to qualify for a stoplight, right? So I'm assuming there's gotta be something there, right? How do they determine whether it gets a flashing sign versus just a regular sign?
Brandon, do you have any?
No, maybe was there a traffic study to determine that? I would have to look that
I
up.
can ask and see
Yeah.
how that all is put together.
None personal, and with that, what happens if I take this 100,000 away and put it towards my IT stuff?
We just continue on the way we are.
Okay, and what does that mean? I mean, tell me the bad thing that could happen.
We just continue to have to go out all the time, and program them manually.
And that happens twice a year?
Well, it happens a lot. It also, they also get calls whenever the thing's not working. We can look up this and see if it's really not working, if it's just because of a scheduling issue.
Okay.
Does it need, somebody to actually go out and determine what's wrong with it?
How much,
We took that and put it on this bucket truck.
how much would that save you on resource hours by having this versus? I'm trying to calculate the ROI then, you know what I'm saying? If we spend the $100,000, how long before my payoff?
I really don't have I don't have that calculation right now. I didn't put, we
Okay,
didn't,
no problem.
but we can get that and bring it forward to you.
Okay, good.
So, yeah, let's take an action item on number 2 to get a little more information.
And our school zone citations are way up too, so collecting more money.
Needs more, yeah.
Mayor, there was one question that was emailed to y'all. Makes sense to address here. Public service, 17% increase in salaries. Why the increase? So this is a position that the council chose to fund one time. It is now permanent. It's a public works coordinator. Louisa's position, she handles a lot of things, a lot of work orders and that sort of thing. That's the increase.
Which one are you talking about? One?
In the step increase. So I got a question that I had emailed y'all, and the question was, why is there a 17% increase in salaries in public services?
Oh.
It's because we have a budgeted position that's in that cost center.
You had me
And
confused
step
too,
increases.
because I was trying to find it.
Yeah, it was account 40, the 4010 on page 70. Yes.
All right, other questions on public works? Public services, sorry.
So the sprinkler upgrade at the community center, is there complaints about the building shifting? Is that,
There's complaints about the look of the flower beds, the look of the landscape around it. And another thing is consideration of helping with that foundation up there. It has no irrigation all the way around it. This system is to put a drip system around the perimeter and then put sprinkler heads out into the yard area, as well as a sprinkler system. Those flower beds, both of them are adopt a spot. So I'm getting complaints from that person that adopts that spot. She can't get enough water to the plants and stuff that she's planting to keep it up.
the current
And we
system
keep
that's
it
there?
rented out, though.
Yeah, the current system that's there, is it a drip
The
system?
drip system.
Okay, are we proposing to change it from a drip to a spray?
Yes.
Okay, good. And then how many zones is the proposal?
I think he's proposing 3 zones.
Okay,
Again, we had a guy come up and give us a quote. This is the highest of the quotes. We'll go back and get three quotes before we bid it out, before we award it. So we went with the highest one, just to cover us, and then we'll.
yeah, because I know new residential systems, even $1,000 a zone is pretty high, so this is kind of really high as far as an estimate for that. I think if it was half of that, I don't think it would be a question, but.
So I know that we updated our landscaping ordinances, and I know that with the help of Mary here, we put a huge thing in there to really encourage people to go to,
Native.
Texas native,
Yeah.
low
The water.
things. So that's Are we looking at that around our buildings to really go and try to reduce our overall cost of sprinkling anyways and go with more plants that's maybe more native to Texas?
We are around our facilities. However, this particular facility, this lady's had this adopted for several years now.
Yeah.
And she already has some things established up there. But any new establishments, any new adopted spots and everything, that we're encouraging to go.
One other thing, we didn't fund number 4, but I'm sure Randy doesn't have the numbers now, but if we could find out what we're spending outsourcing this that we could be doing in-house. You know, every time a traffic light bulb goes out, we gotta put a work order in, have a company come out. I think Randy said they'd bill $300 an hour. And then we lease equipment or rent equipment for putting up Christmas decorations, and then we had issues with the banners, getting them changed out and everything. So if we can kind of weigh, the return on investment if we were to purchase this versus what we're spending now.
That should be pretty easy, just doing that, see how much we did in rentals over the last 2 years, right?
Right.
And what we-
How long, how
what
many
we
years?
paid Dean, the last couple of years.
2 years.
How long would a rental truck a bucket truck, what did we get, 20 years out of it, service?
That's probably a good guess.
Hey, one thing that's not on here, but it's on the long-term outlook is the street sign replacement program.
Yep.
We started that. We spent some money this year in replacing signs. We're not planning to replace any next year, or we already, how's that working?
No, we are doing.
It's in the street maintenance fund, sir,
In the maintenance fund,
$10,000 a year. Yes, sir.
How many we do? Like, what percentage are we doing every year? What's our plan?
We're taking and picking areas. We started at Highland Station. We completed, I think, 94 signs this time around.
Okay.
And we'll do another 94.
Roughly,
We'll
okay.
just continue to move. I'll come with council and tell you what area we're moving to next, but it'll probably be till we knock out Highland Station, since that's where we started. But any other new sign that goes up in the city is our new, so you'll see them, also around.
Oh, and they look great. Any idea how many street signs we have?
Oh, good Lord.
I
I can get that number for you. It's a month.
have no idea. I'm just curious.
Have any of the new ones been stolen yet?
Pardon me?
Any of the new ones been stolen yet?
Stolen? No, they haven't stolen them yet. I hope you didn't just jinx me.
You know, you ought to sell the old ones, because people would buy them.
We're keeping them, we've got them collected up there, so.
I'll buy the one that says Lawson. You're on Blue Mountain, Lawson Lane.
All right, and I've gotten compliments from folks on how good they look too, so I'm really pleased with that. All right, other questions on this, public services?
Sure. Just the only 2 that was covered, I think you already said it was 2 and 3, right?
Yes, sir.
Cool.
On the ones that are
And on
funded.
2, we're gonna wait back for more
We're
information.
getting more information on that. Kim will have that for us. Or Kim and Rain will have it for
Number
us.
3, I expect that if we budget for 15, that it's gonna come in way under that.
You think so, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you still pay some, can you have a budget? Just saying.
All right, anything else on public services? All right, let's jump to parks.
I had a quick question on 78.
78, okay.
Utilities, looks like there's an increase of 86%. Is that attributable?
Yeah, we'll go through and relook at all the utilities, but like I said, they were estimated based on 18 months. The year-to-date may not be 75% through June because there's a delay. We usually have a month and possibly 2 months delays in JEXA. I think Atmos is pretty well 1 month behind, but JEXA can be up to 2 months behind. So that's why it may not make sense to you, but we'll relook at all of those. It's electricity and then water are the big increases.
Okay, thank you.
So related to that, what is the highest reason for those costs of utilities in parks? Because I'm thinking about parks, there's not a lot of buildings, so,
I believe in the parks area, it was water that was up.
yeah, with the water rates going up.
Is that mainly due to sprinkler?
I can't tell you where the water's being used. I can just see that
It's
the water's,
sprinklers.
Yeah, dog park.
So should we put I know there's a big push on the citizens to use less water and stuff. Should we have some type of goal or something to, you know, to, again, move us more towards like Mary had us on low water usage and things, for plants throughout our parks. I mean, I look at Burlington Northern over here, their headquarters, and about 5 years ago, they went from mowing that big field, they put signs up and said, we're going all natural, they quit mowing it. And, you know, there's certain times of year it looks a little rough because the native plants are dying, but they leave it that way, and it, after about a year, we all get used to how it looks. I mean, it's, you know, they went in there and seeded with native grasses and flowers and stuff. Is that something maybe we should look at?
We can look at that certainly. I think some of it is like, for instance, the ball field down here that we have to keep irrigated.
Yeah.
You know, players play on it all the time, so, but we can look at that.
Mayor and Council, just want to add, this was a question, both in the questions last night and then a previous question from before, that if any of these requests could be, could we use bond funds, because we have street bond funds. I think the answer is yes, so long as the useful life is what the bonds are for. There was a question about resurfacing Willow Creek Park tennis courts. I think we could use bond money for that.
Yeah, we're gonna take that to the park board.
Yep.
We had a considerable amount of savings from the Opal Joe Jennings and Brian Swingler parks.
Great.
And I just got the quote back for the new playground down there by the dog park, and it looks like there's still gonna be quite a bit of funds available, and it certainly could cover this, and I think we'll look at the sign over the McElroy down here.
Yeah.
For number 3 on 81, could we get a Conex box and paint it nice and use that instead of building a building?
Whatever you put out there, is it gonna be safe? Because there's people out there all the time at night.
Yeah, that's, you know, we talked about just a simple metal storage building, but we know that's gonna get broken into.
Yeah. You cannot build a hayed-out block building or something that's a little more sturdy or whatever, but I don't know.
I mean, a Conex box, they're gonna be pretty sturdy.
We could certainly look at that.
I will say that in my business, we get Conex boxes broken into all the time.
All the time, you have to have that special lock on it.
Yeah, well, no, they use the forklift and go through the side.
Oh, okay.
So.
Well, if we see a forklift in the park, we know.
This is not only just for the stage, it's also for, I think, Vicki had asked if she could use it to store some of the things for the, that she's planning, like games, like the cornhole and stuff like that, that they're gonna be bringing to the market down there.
Could we do an enclosed trailer instead? Would that be less? I mean, is that something that we could look at, maybe spending $5,000 on a enclosed trailer that's like a 6x12 and roll like that?
We can look at.
If you built onto the back of the bathroom and made the door on the entrance where the street was, you might be able to secure it more.
Had a question about the softball field lighting. The comments, large expense. What's the break even on utility costs? So my understanding is, Randy would know the details, the existing lighting is obsolete. We've got to upgrade to something. I think probably any upgrade will be more energy efficient, but I couldn't tell you when we
I know they're real bright.
break even.
I can see them from my house, they come right over my house. I can see 'em.
It actually says that it will decrease electrical wattage usage of 4,250 watts per pole.
Yeah.
So
Should be able to
that's
calculate
pretty
that.
significant.
Calculate that.
There's 8 poles,
I
right?
talked to Jason as well, and when people rent the ball field, there's an issue with handing out keys to do it, and there's people that are, you know, using it more than what they're paying for, and this way they can actually, through an app, turn the lights on and off.
Another question, somewhat related, there was a comment, elimination of contract inspector. I want to clarify that position was a contract position for Randy Edwards doing construction inspections. We're proposing to eliminate that. However, an existing staff person, Jeremy Matthews, he goes by Mo, is training under Bill Hurst right now, who Bill Hurst is planning on retiring in the next couple years. The thought is Mo would be a construction inspector, and that is for public infrastructure. The comment was about mowing. The usual folks that are involved with mowing would be Randy, Corey Smith, Paul Rosinski. So that's why that construction inspector is going away,
Now-
even though we have a training position.
When you talk about mowing, are you talking about like people who's not mowing their yards, or you talking about our standard mowing?
City
Contract mower.
contract mowing.
That's overseen by Paul Rosinski, my operations. He stays on top of those guys.
Okay.
I have a question.
Mary, go ahead.
Yes, I had a resident have a complaint about Blue Mound. We don't, that's that state highway. We don't do any of that mowing, do we? Or we're not allowed to?
We do, some of it.
We're not supposed to, but we
Not
do,
supposed
right?
to,
Yeah.
But we
Yeah.
do go over
That's
there when
what I
it's
thought.
bad. We happen to have a relationship now with the assistant right-of-way maintenance person who used to work for the city, Kevin Thompson. We've contacted him. He's been trying to get crews over there when he can. One of the other issues is that they're dealing with litigation with the Weber Construction that built that road over there. So they're kind of limited in what they can go over there and do. But he has helped a lot.
Okay,
Do that.
thank you.
That's a good point, 'cause a lot of people think that's us. It should be us, and it's officially not. We do it just, you know.
Well, and to Randy's credit, I mean, I had a similar complaint from a citizen, and within 2 days, they were out there mowing it. So Randy's team is doing a really good job following up with citizen requests.
Just want to circle back, make sure everybody's okay with, we either go to the Parks Board or use remaining bond funds for these items. Everybody okay with that? Save the capacity in the general fund?
Are you talking about number 1, 2, and 3, or just number 2? Can we do 1 with the bonds, remaining bonds funds, though? I don't know how much money we had left.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, number one, I've got that you've got it marked as funded.
Correct.
In your
Yeah,
current
and
budget.
I'm saying we
That's
should go
general
back.
fund, though.
Yeah.
Parks and
Not,
Rec.
not bonds fund.
Right.
Right? Do we have bonds funds for number 1?
We do.
If we do, great.
We do.
Yeah, so long as they're 20-year useful life. Yeah,
Okay. All right, so 1 and 2, we're gonna look at bond fund to the Parks Board?
I guess we can,
Are we gonna,
discussions about the trailer or otherwise on number 3.
Yeah, I mean, is it possible that we go to the Parks Board for that too? I mean,
Absolutely, yeah.
You know,
yeah, what they think would be best.
so, on 3, Randy, are you okay with the trailer? Because, I mean, if you get a trailer, if all you're gonna use the trailer for is for storage, then I would not lean towards getting a trailer.
it's a building if you're using it
That's
for
right.
storage, right?
That's right. If you ain't gonna move it around like our bathroom when we move it around, if this is just gonna stay there, then, you know.
Cosmetically, it wouldn't look very,
It wouldn't look very good, and I can tell you from experience, you have a trailer over there, somebody's gonna steal it.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking that it would move from like from the rec center over there to where it'd be used.
I mean, the intent of the building really is so we can quit having to move that stage around.
Right.
We have to take it from Public Works down there and then break it down and take it back up there. It's just
Yeah.
back and forth.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
That's the only place that's usually, I mean, that's.
Well,
other than
what I was
Frank
gonna say
Green.
is, I would lean more towards you to support whatever you need at a building versus a trailer. You tell me what you need, what would best work for you.
You're a building or a Conex box?
Yeah.
I'd like to see it go through the Parks Board.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, all 3 of
So,
these need, if it's
yeah.
coming out of the Parks Board.
Yeah, if the
fund-
Parks Board has a recommendation that we do number 3,
Yeah.
then we should consider that.
Yeah.
And if they recommend that we don't do number 3, then that's what we need to
Yeah,
consider.
That's right.
Good plan.
But what gets put there, that should be on Randy. Randy should state whether it's a trailer versus
Yes.
Connex versus building.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and as far as the aesthetic appeal versus a trailer versus a building, the Connex is not gonna look good either.
No, I agree. That's right, I see it.
Yeah.
It's kind of rustic down there with the sign and everything, so if you paint it, I mean, I've seen some Conex boxes that are painted real nice, and you can put some vinyl and stuff on them, I mean,
Had a camo Connex box in the woods.
Yeah, there we go.
They have Connex City down there off of, what is that, Golden Triangle?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole city over
Talking
there.
about the, whatever.
I think it's a little bit too bright myself.
So we're gonna take all three of these to the,
Parks Board?
Parks Board.
See if the bond, okay, excellent. Any other questions on parks? Let's move to community services.
Mayor and council, I want to address the first request, which is not funded direct services coordinator. So what I'm proposing we do is there was and I sent this out to you all in some questions. There was a existing full-time employee, a rec coordinator, who has been on long-term assignment to the senior center.
Right.
I'm proposing that she remain with the senior staff when they make their move. You're all well aware the numbers in the senior center have grown substantially when we have the new facility. I expect that to continue. I'm very leery, I'd like to emphasize this, of upsetting the seniors. That is a hard-to-please crowd, so pulling someone they like from them. Now, I have full expectation that once the rec center is vacated, Jason England in particular will be able to get our programming back, and that may generate some amount of revenue. So, and I know they're probably not pleased with me taking a position, but that's sort of the logic, is to address the demand with the seniors. We come back at some point and add a rec coordinator, and with the new flooring, Randy may have more details, but I think we probably have a better case to get our league play back with basketball and other things. So like I say, I anticipate at some point in the future, hopefully, we can bring this position back and it would have an offset with revenue.
Yeah, I absolutely support that, Gabe, and I know I asked this when I first got on, because we was coming right out of COVID, and I asked for the direct center a couple times from the director there, what kind of activities do we have pre-COVID, and then how long was it gonna take us once we, post-COVID, get out to get back to where we was, and till this day, I don't have an understanding. And it would really be nice for the manager of the rec center, whoever's over there, to come back, at least to me and to all the council, and say, here's our direction, here's the services we want to provide. Like, now that we got that new flooring in, the flooring was put in, it's my understanding they can have indoor pickleball, volleyball, and basketball. How are they going to expand that? So I'd like to really see a long-term, 5-year plan, and what kind of activities they want to bring. And from that, as you see that going up, then that justifies more resources.
I'm with you, and I would also say that the rec center staff has had to deal with the seniors being there for several years, which once that space is vacated, that'd be available for programming. I would say related to pickleball, we have a retired employee who I think is maybe on the pickleball pro circuit, Dolph Johnson, but pickleball is huge, so maybe we host pickleball tournaments or whatever in the future.
It is huge. They're getting a lot of play down there on that, at the court down there, more so than basketball, almost.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, but,
It's even on ESPN these days.
All right, so in community services, everything is funded except for number 1. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and what, 7? 7 and 8 are all funded.
I think we need to put a special
So
request in not
6,
to close
so
the-
5 and 6 is funded?
I believe so.
I didn't mark 5 and 6 as funded. Are they funded, Kim?
Yes, sir. On page 229, in the special request summary tab,
All right, I had a question about number 7, because I've seen this a lot. I've been on council a long time, and I've seen us doing stuff with those blankety-blank play structures at the aquatic center so many times. How can we make this last? Is it just a function of sitting out in the UV in the 110-degree days? Because we've messed with, we've redone those aquatic center so many times. How many, can you even count how many times we've had to futz with those things?
I hate the bucket.
Okay, I'm with you. We've had to mess with
Can
those.
you put a shade structure over it, like some of the bigger pools do?
Over all of
The
it?
bucket and
The whole thing?
the clay stuff, yeah, there.
So what if we do this? What if we just get rid of the bucket and shade the pool?
That's not,
And not cut the hours.
Yeah, that's going to another discussion, proposing to, the aquatic center, since it's been built, it does not cover its costs. There is no pool in the United States that can cover its costs like ours. They're very expensive to maintain. Of course, we have to staff it. Since the time the aquatic center was built, there's other pools in the area. So I sent out the information to you, I think yesterday, of the peak times. So the peak times for the aquatic center through the week are the weekends and Thursday. So our thought is, because we're constrained in the general fund, that we open in peak hours.
Okay, you're not gonna be able to get lifeguards to work 3 days a week. About 4 of the lifeguards came to me and asked, why are they doing this? Because nobody's gonna work for 3 or 4 days a week. It's not possible to get any hours for them,
Sure.
basically. And they like to save up, this was the, 2 of them told me they saved up for college, and that's what they use as part of their employment money from
Oh.
that to go toward it.
Absolutely. They do a great job. I think if we were to have, we would probably have fewer lifeguards that are working more hours, that we would shorten the week. That would be the thought. The thought is by having it open for operation less and staffing it less, that we limit our operating
Could
costs.
you not just cut down the staffing on those few days, on Tuesday and Wednesday, and maybe stay closed on Sunday and Monday?
We have to have a certain level of
Yeah.
lifeguard staffing, right? If we're
You
open
do,
at all.
But if they don't have that many people there,
You still have to have enough people to cover the whole pool.
it does.
Yeah.
I know that.
There's minimum staffing that you can't get around.
Oh, Mary, you have a question? Go ahead.
I agree with Valerie. I had thought about that lifeguard problem. It's a difficult subject, the pool in and of itself. And I spoke to Lila. She's one of our lifeguards in the break, during the break. And Lila, would you like to come up and elaborate?
As I've been minorly introduced, my name is Lila Norris. I'm currently one of the head guards at the Aquatic Center. I've worked here for 4 years. This is my 4th year working, and I completely agree. The staffing that we have right now is very particular. We have we need at least 12 working lifeguards. That's the most preferred. We can work on less guards as we have previous years, but we're kind of working out the kinks and different flaws of previous years. But 12 is the definitely preferred number. I will say that we have heard rumors or just notes that we're wanting to cut down the operation hours to roughly 3 days a week. We brought us, the head guards, myself and the 3 others, brought this to the lifeguards just to kind of feel the room, feel the vibes, and we asked if any of us would be willing to work if they cut down to 3 days, and majority, if not all of the returning lifeguards said no, they would not return, because this summer working at the Aquatic Center, a lot of us are just coming out of high school, needing to save for college, needing to save for cars, jobs, maybe apartments and places to stay. And I will say that of the previous years I've worked, this summer has particularly been very interesting. As you might have seen, the first week of July has been rainy, stormy, and as someone who's worked the first week and even late June, there was almost been single-digit number of patrons coming in. So it's definitely a unique situation compared to other summers. But I can say that on previous summers, like the first week of July always has been the hottest one, and we've always been at least, I want to say 300 patrons, so always had good business.
And we did last year, didn't y'all have y'all were full almost every day last year, were you
Yes,
not?
ma'am.
And the year before that, y'all were full. And that's the only thing that the kids have to do and sit in Saginaw is go swimming. All the kids don't live in an area where there's a swimming pool in their residence, and they have locks on them. And I know that, although there's several pools, the homeowner or the
HOAs.
The what?
HOAs.
They complain when they bring their friends in there because technically it's for the people that live in that area. Well, this whole area over here in Saginaw don't have a pools that you're talking about. And so I think it's wrong to cut the hours on the swimming pool, because that is one of Saginaw, kind of like the train and grain and the Christmas parade that they really like.
Do we do swimming lessons now?
We discontinued swim lessons as of, I want to say, last summer.
Yeah.
We do not have them currently.
They cut that out last year. And
To
y'all
me,
can
people
bring
would,
that back. There's a lot of
you
people
know,
that want swim
there's
lessons.
people that, I see it on social media, people are like, I want to get my kid in swimming lessons.
Absolutely.
I mean, that could help, charge for it and help offset the costs.
Are they
yeah,
still
so-
doing the senior swimming lesson? I mean.
We still
aerobics
have
and
water
stuff?
aerobics, yes, ma'am.
We still do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
On Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I do want to mention that, yes, I agree. We have had several patrons come up to the head guards and the lifeguards asking, hey, do we have swimming lessons? And it's really unfortunate that we have to say no.
So here's the, I want to commend Lila and the staff. We have not had a significant incident. They're doing a great job keeping everybody safe, so thank you. The lessons went away because the previous instructor was using our lifeguards for those lessons. We came back and said, because this is a private enterprise, you're making money, that you need to pay or provide your own lifeguards, and that was not acceptable to this previous instructor. Happy to have those discussions again, but we would have to pay for the lifeguard's time.
Well, let me ask you
So-
a question. Why can't, if the lifeguards are the one that can run why can't we as a city offer swim lessons? Are there not other cities that offer swim lessons? I mean, I'm pretty sure they do, don't they?
Yeah, I think there's some training requirements, whether our lifeguards could teach swim lessons. I'm not clear on that. I'd have to get more
Can we
information.
find out about it?
Yeah.
Can we find out about
So
it?
my daughter worked at the Y several years ago. She was a lifeguard, but she also taught swimming lessons. And there wasn't anything extra with it.
That's what I'm thinking. We used to take the kids from before we had a pool here. We'd take the daycare kids to swim lessons at the YMCA, and they were
Sure.
cheap then. So
Yeah, I understand.
And I'm not saying you have to that we need to make something to pay the employees
So-
to do it.
What's difficult, just generally, and again, Ms. Norris and everyone, they're doing a great job. The difficulty, and this is not just our pool, this is any pool, the costs increase, and we are very limited in the taxpayer support, the subsidy, that is paying for that increase. So we have a couple valves we can tweak. We can change the rates, which we're proposing to go up $1. Councilmember asked, could it go up higher? It could. If it were, and I'm just making this number up, let's say it's $10, we're likely going to lose patrons because they're not willing to pay an increased price. So it may not net out.
But you could try it and see.
Here's what I need in order to figure all this out. What does it cost to have that pool in both CapEx and OpEx? Because we're getting hit with both. I know every year we get hammered with we got our general operating expense, which is expensive, but we get hit, like this $190,000 to fix this, we get hit with one time,
Yeah, and that
CapEx
I
too.
promise you will continue.
So what's the total bill that is cost, that we're spending? And then how much is the $5 or $6 or $10 offsetting that? And then how much is left that the overall citizens of Saginaw are having to pay?
Can you
And-
address that revenue over expenditure?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the current year budget, the operating loss is projected to be 133,000. With the changes for 25, 26, that's cut down to 100,000.
Okay, what if we put it to $10?
Let me ask.
That's with a
So the-
6%, right? A $6, it takes us down to 100,000.
Correct.
So what if I raise it to $10?
We can look at that. Vicki and Jason did a survey, and the average is $4 to $5. So we'll already be higher at $6. Now, that's assuming they're not raising their rates for next year too, which we don't know yet. I don't know. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Now, okay, so can we get that? Because, that would at least give us, so it's one, us as council has to figure out, I can tell you, to me, this should be the way I think it, our job is how much do we feel we can afford for this service above and beyond? Is it
So-
100,000, is it
I think
200,000?
Valerie had a question, I don't want.
I have a question, Randy, so if we did, let's say, because this is like the gel coat and everything, if we did shade it, would that stop some of this or a bunch of this?
Certainly, I'm sure, of course, I'm no expert on this, I just inherited this part of it.
I know, I know.
So I'm still learning it. But that is one of the things that Vicki, and she was here, but she had to go take care of another issue. But the people that came in there and looked at that stuff and told her, you know, this, I don't know when the last time we even did any kind of.
I know. The Texas sun is horrible.
It's
on
horrible.
anything.
It's UV
horrible.
rays totally.
You know,
For sure.
I'm putting shades up and everything because it's so hot, but I was just wondering if it saved.
We can certainly look into getting,
Can you ask and find out for us and then find out how much it would cost to do that?
sure.
We also,
Because if we paid that a one-time fee and that knocks it out every year of us doing it, then we can raise the rates a little bit and maybe we can counteract. But y'all gotta do something for these kids on this side of town or we're gonna have a lot of upset people.
can we look at, I know people winterize their boats, they do that shrink wrap. Is that something we can do at the end of the season so it's not exposed to all that all winter long?
The pool has to stay full though because of.
No, but I mean, we're talking about all the gel
playground.
coat, fiberglass stuff that the UV does. That's why people wrap their boats with that white
That's true.
shrink.
Excuse me, I misunderstood you, I'm sorry.
Well, and then these fees we're talking about is day fees. Is that in addition to what they pay for a membership? Is there a membership program for the
there
aquatic
is a
center? Is it
membership.
separate from the rec center?
There's a season pass, yeah. We could adjust that as well, yeah.
But there's not both though, Sean, if that's your question. There's not, you pay a season pass, you don't pay a membership or a daily pass.
There's a season pass for the pool, and then there's the membership for the rec center.
Right. So if they have a membership to the pool aquatic center, they're not paying a daily rate to go and use it, right? It's not in addition.
No, the daily fees are just for people that don't have a membership.
Right.
And so how much is our membership now? I don't know right offhand.
You know, I don't know, I wanna think it's,
One state, I could be wrong and forgive me for speaking out of state, I believe it's 5 for resident and 10 for non-resident.
That's a day pass, yeah.
That's
a
the
day
pass.
pass.
How much is the membership?
the membership is,
You probably find it on the website.
Yeah, let's not speculate, let's look it up, so.
And the other piece of it is if we shorten the days of operation, we're gonna have to reduce the annual membership because they're not gonna be getting the bang for their buck.
Right.
So
yeah,
maybe a
I
good
mean-
way from a policy perspective to look at it is to look at the percentage subsidy from the general fund. And then we just say, okay, we're not going to decrease because we can't let the expenditures increase at the expense of all the other things we've talked about. Does that make sense?
I really do. Y'all
Yeah.
gotta understand,
No,
I listen to people all the time.
to your point, it wouldn't be popular because it's fun. People love
And you
going.
know, this year was different. This summer was different. Even I was complaining it rained so much, my
Sure.
kids couldn't go out and play. So I understand that. But every year is not like that. And I know we lose money every year, but we gotta figure out a way that we
Well,
can
we
make
got,
it work.
we got the data. I mean, very quick, you sent the information, it took me 10 minutes to calculate out the thing. It's very simple.
Yeah.
You send me the data, I can tell you exactly, last year, the year, as far back as you can send me the data, I can calculate out and tell you which days and how many people we got coming. And if you tell me, if I know that it's $5 per person, or you give me the numbers to make it, I can even tell you how much you're spending.
Sure.
Cost versus that.
Yeah,
if
and
somebody would
included in
check
that.
out about giving
Yeah.
swimming lessons, I'm pretty sure that the lifeguards can do that
Well-
with very minimal.
This could be a thing. So what if we take a couple days out for just general use, and we say on those days, we're gonna have swimming lessons and things like that, and the only stipulation we say is it must be at cost. In other words, the city ain't gonna lose any, the city ain't gonna make any.
Well, and then the whole facility wouldn't have to be open. It would just be the pool. Then the whole facility wouldn't have to be open. It would just be the pool.
Well, the whole facility's
Yeah.
open all the time anyways.
No, but I'm saying if you're closing those days, like Tuesday, Wednesday, then it would only be the pool that was open for
We
the
wouldn't have
swim
the
lessons.
concessions and
Yeah.
attendance and all that stuff.
Yeah,
see,
but
they
you're-
usually, most schools do swimming lessons before the
They do it in the
general
morning.
public come out. Well, it's cool, like from 8 to 9 in the morning, and then 9 to 10 for the older
Well,
kids or something.
my only suggestion was, if you shut one of those days down for general public, you could have it for private lessons and things like that. And you're still, the lifeguards and stuff are still there.
Yeah.
Well, why?
But the
I mean,
main-
you gotta have them,
Well, because swimming lessons, they usually go 2 or 3 days a week.
okay.
And the
So
man-
that's what most of them are, is 2 days, 3 days a week. Some of them go 5 days a week. It just depends on how much you want to charge. I think we could check with some other cities right around close here and see what they do with
Okay.
their swim lessons. I mean, let's just check it out.
I mean,
before we start saying
it's
cut
all
and
fun,
stuff.
it's all fun and games, but at the end of the day, it's dollars and cents, and we don't wanna raise our citizens' taxes, so we, you
But we
know.
also don't want to cut out our citizens.
Well, okay, let's say we keep it open 6 days a week, just like it is, we add the swimming lessons at absolutely no cost. Then it's gonna raise this, and then,
They would have
what
to
are you
pay
gonna
for
give
swim
up on?
lessons.
They're gonna have to pay for the swim lessons.
They would pay
Okay.
for swim lessons, and most swim, I can get you maybe an average cost of the swim lessons, I can ask around for you.
And I would like to see a breakdown too of the residents versus non-residents, how many of those that we have coming in that data that we asked for.
Well, I do know they charge more for non-residents.
Right.
So to answer your question about the membership, so residence fee is $50 per year, and the non-residents is $110
So say
That per
$50.
person?
per person, okay?
Okay, so $50 per person, that's what, 10 days of swimming, basically? And how many days of swimming do we have usually? What, 25, 50, June, July, and they close in August, so you can
Yeah.
raise it probably to
50,
$70 or
50,
something, and
60
still,
something.
they'll still pay it because it's still cheaper in the long run.
And they're not having to travel as far.
That's
So-
right.
Right.
They'll have to travel as well. And they like our pool because it's safe. I know that the lifeguards that Vicky and Jason and whoever else, Melanie and Gabe, get to come work for us, they are very, very good at what they do. And I know that because the daycare kids, you know, one gets away from you and they're right there with you. And so.
I wouldn't
it's
even
a
open
good
that pool unless that, wherever she went.
She was embarrassed. that she
Lila?
did that.
He's awesome.
returners.
Yeah, I know.
That's good.
And she saves her money, and I'm telling you, 4 of them came to me right after they saw
Yeah.
that, and I'm like, why are y'all doing that? Wait, I haven't done anything yet, so, yeah.
Mary, you have a question?
Yeah, to just build on this lifeguard problem, Lila did say, well, we all know it's difficult to get lifeguards in the first place.
It is.
Lila has a job already, Plan B, to work full-time at TCC, and it's easy for these lifeguards to get a full-time lifeguard job. So none of them would work here, I'm quite sure. And as difficult as a decision this would be, I think we have two choices. Leave it open full-time or close it. Now you have a pool that isn't being used, but it could be used for parties, they could rent for swimming parties, but it wouldn't be the same, and then they could, rent for swimming lessons. But, if we don't have it open full-time, we might as well not have it open, but I want it open full-time.
Melanie, I have a question for you. When we get a new lifeguard, okay, so when I get a new daycare employee, it costs me $300 to hire somebody because of their training and CPR, first aid and all that. What does it cost to hire a new lifeguard that has to go through all that again?
Well, they pay, we have Daniel, which works, that does the training at the weekly trainings.
Right.
And so he charges us they charge the new lifeguard $200 to do the training, get certified, and then that's it.
That's it, $200. Okay, so 200 times how many lifeguards we have?
We have,
29, so that's $580. I mean, $5,800 right there off the top, okay? So if we have to do that all for new ones, that's another expense that y'all shouldn't have to do because the other ones, they already get it, right?
We've
I
done
think,
that.
I think there's a misunderstanding. The lifeguards pay for their own training. The city does not pay for the training for them to get their lifeguard certification.
We did do it when we had a problem getting lifeguards, not this year, but the year before we did.
Okay, so we don't pay that part.
So what was the return? I thought you said only 25% return?
And 23 returnees.
Yeah,
Not
so
not
there's-
percent, not percent
Only
numbers.
6 didn't turn in. Come back.
So-
They're saying if
1,000%
they,
people.
reduce the operating
Percent,
hours,
that's how
they
many
won't
people.
come
They
back.
usually have 29. What's the most y'all had, was 30 something?
29. You want to speak? Come on. Come on up.
Hello, I'm Zachary Hudson. I'm actually a head guard at the Saginaw Aquatic Center. I'd just like to point out that the certification is good for 2 years. So it's not one big immediate payment. Half of our guards are returners. So that's no extra cost for training them, or the initial training.
Okay.
Thank you, Zachary.
Thoughts? What are your thoughts about the pool closing?
So as far as the pool closing, obviously I wouldn't want the pool to close, but I can speak on the reduced hours. We ran a poll as head guards amongst all our lifeguards, like who would return, and it was almost unanimous, no, we will not return because that's just not enough hours. And so you probably could find lifeguards to staff that, but that's new training, and also it's just not safe. We rely on our returning guards, especially in Texas is #1 in the nation for drownings in pools. Especially Tarrant County. Tarrant County, I believe, I just looked up, it was like ranked #3 in the state for pool drownings.
And most of that is children, correct?
Yes, ma'am. So I don't believe with operating with reduced hours, we'd have no returning guards. I don't believe it would be safe. And we've never had a drown at the Saginaw Aquatic Center, the history of this pool.
They're very good with
Okay, so can I recommend that we?
Thank you, Zachary.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Can I recommend that we go back and look at, keeping the same operating hours, increase the cost, and then give us a breakdown as far as the resident versus non-resident, both the daily fees and the annual passes, and just see those numbers.
And
Like
find
to add
out,
the swimming lessons to it too.
find out about the swimming lessons.
Sure.
Or I'll do that for you if you want me to. I call those surrounding.
No, we can do it. That's an easy exercise, and I think that we can show the cost, the full cost, where there's no subsidy, and it may be, and I'm just making this up, let's say it's $12 per, and then we, like I mentioned, we say, okay, here's a ratio we can't keep the operating balance, the general fund can't keep picking it up,
Right.
if that makes sense. I would also note that the seasonal pass, we certainly want to offer folks a discount for buying a season pass, but it's got to increase as well because
That's
the
what I
cost. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
So for the seasonal pass, there should be a percent, like you get a 10% discount.
Agree.
When you buy a seasonal pass.
Sure.
Also too, when this comes up, or it comes up, I will make a motion that right now I'm thinking of about $100,000. The city should not be fitting the bill no more than $100,000 of our operating budget. So whatever else, however expensive it is above that, then that's the price of those damn tickets.
I think that's fair, and, keep in mind, recall my high school days when I took economics, but supply and demand. So by increasing the fee some amount, or a great amount, there's some amount of reduction. Now, I can't tell you, the only way to prove the point is to test it, what our reduction would be, but like Councilmember Junkersfeld mentioned, for many people, especially in this area, this side of town, this is their pool, their home pool, and they like it, so.
All right, and I would caution folks to get too excited about putting a number on it, and also too excited about if we're gonna make a lot of money with swimming lessons. I don't think we will to offset. We're still gonna have to subsidize the pool. An aquatic center is a money-losing bargain for the city. We're providing it as a service. So look at it that way. It's not a commerce thing. We're not expecting to make money on this. We're providing a service. The question is, how much are we willing to subsidize? And we've subsidized for years and years and years. We continue to do that. I like the pool. I get positive feedback, but just remember, it's always gonna be a money-losing thing for us. We can never raise the rates enough to break even. We really can't, especially with all this other pieces on there as well.
But if we can get it to a point to where it's comfortable.
Yeah.
I just don't know how close we can get. Honestly, I don't think we can get very close.
My reasoning for setting $100,000 is because if we raise it $1 from $5 to $6, our finance director done said that would be $100,000 that we'd still have to pitch in. And I think that that's about as much as I'm willing to eat for the rest of the citizens. So that's why I drew that line there.
Gotcha, okay.
That that would hit our annual budget.
Well, and to
Mary,
your point.
go ahead, Mary.
Okay, yeah.
I think I promise this is the last thing I'm going to say about the pool. I just want to underscore what Todd said. We've never, of course, never even expected it to be a moneymaker, like Gabe said. So that $100,000, I'd like to know how much we had to subsidize it in previous years, because, you know, maybe we even subsidized it more than that in previous years. Who knows?
Yeah, we have.
But it's a vital service to the community that I think they would miss greatly and be extremely upset. And I think the only way we can do it is to have it open full-time in order to get the lifeguards.
And you know, the other question, the other response to me would be, what do we do for our citizens that we actually come out making money ahead of? Is there one thing in the city that we do?
Enterprise fund's the closest one, because it's even, it's supposed to break even.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
No, I mean, we don't send them a bill for police service.
No, we
We don't
don't.
send them a bill for, I mean,
No, we
that's what
don't.
we're here for. That's when we collect
I mean,
taxes.
we're building a great big library and senior citizens for our citizens. Are we ever gonna make that up in a year or two? No, we're not. But I think there's more children that, and I'm children, you know how it is, but I just feel like if y'all take that swimming away from them, I think it's wrong.
Well, nobody's, one, I
I
haven't heard,
understand what
I
you're
haven't
saying.
heard anybody here say that they wanna turn the pool into moneymaking.
No.
What we've said is, there does come, we can only afford so much. The rest of us is in Saginaw. So for every person that uses that pool, everybody else that doesn't use that pool basically donates to them using that pool. And how much of overall citizens' money or can the city afford? We could say, you know what, you can come use that pool and you don't have to pay a penny as long as you're a citizen. And whatever that would be the cost to the general fund that would come to it. And the overall cost to burden of that would rely to all the citizens. And then we would have to figure out, okay, what other services are we not gonna give, or we're just gonna raise taxes to the general citizen. And that's the decision here, and that's why I set it at 100,000, because at $6 right now, that's what we come in at 100,000, and I think that's, to be honest with you, I think that's fair. And if we want to do swimming lessons, that's great, as long as it don't go above that 100,000. And the people who's using the pool, they're gonna have to put in a little bit.
Yeah. And I don't think they'll complain about it.
Yeah, right, I
Well,
agree.
and I think
I don't think they'll complain.
your supply and demand analogy, there's a lot more that goes into that than just cost. So, you know, like I said, proximity, where it is, the fact that when I go there, I'm gonna have friends that are there as well, people that I know that are in my community. I feel safe there. It's got a great reputation, to your point. So, you know, I think that the cost of it is not, I don't think people are as cost conscious on that as they might be with another type of
Yeah,
facility.
I think you're right, and just throwing a number out, let's say the day pass goes to $8. It's convenient, it's close, my friends are there, am I willing to pay it? I mean, we can test that. yeah.
All right, so we've gone this, we've gone this a lot.
One further thing, Mayor, before, we go. Setting a dollar amount of what we're willing, what we, not willing, but can afford, what citizens, this Saginaw can afford to offset this. That makes it a lot easier on our finance director, because she knows immediately, we're gonna spend $100,000 this year. It also makes it very easy on the manager of that, because they automatically know when this comes up and they do all the calculations, that price is gonna either go down or up according to that 100,000.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we've got some action items for this. I think, is staff clear on what the information council needs? Kim, are you clear on what?
Yes, sir, we'll do some more numbers.
Okay, so I think we're good on that. Any other questions on the pool before we move on? Or communities, this is community services, sorry.
I have one question on 8, which kind of seems insignificant to what we've been talking about, since it's $680. The last sentence says the internet would need to be upgraded for the cameras to work effectively, which would be a reoccurring cost, but I didn't see anywhere in here where we're upgrading the internet. Is that a different line item, or?
We didn't get their cost estimate, that's why it's not included.
This one?
Oh.
The last one.
I did have a question on 8. I may have sent in a question on that, on why. Why do we need cameras inside the rec center?
Yeah, I sent the response out. The simple answer is the front desk attendant, as it is now, they would have to physically get up and monitor rooms. So if there was an incident and the question, or when the question was submitted, has there been an incident that caused this? The answer, I believe, is no, but it would be safer to have a monitor and
You
see
know how
what's
many
going on.
cameras that is? Just out of curiosity.
How many cameras?
Oh, Vicky's not here. I think it's 6 cameras. They really, the gymnasium with the new floor and everything in there, they really want to monitor that and see, you know, if there's anybody messing with it.
I know I have it on one of my rooms of the daycare too, because they tear everything.
All right, anything else, folks?
Yeah, I mean, as far as the internet needing to be upgraded, I would be curious to know more specifics on that, because, I mean, if they're running Ethernet cable to each camera for an installation, then if it's cloud-based, then yeah, there's gonna need to be some internet, but if they're doing hardwired to cables cameras, then there wouldn't be need for that, so I would wanna know specifics.
So the building's already wired for cameras. It's already there.
Right, so then the question again would be why the internet would need to be more, I mean,
We've had internet capacity issues for a long time there. I'd have to check with Greg, but you remember one of the candidate forums one time, the video went out. We had we were recording it, but, so, yeah, we can follow up.
Can we look at, fiber optics are getting way cheaper than they used to be, and at my business, we just ran a fiber optic line between the 2 buildings that we have. It was fairly reasonable for the cost, and now I'm able to share the internet connection between both buildings. It operates like a local area network. Could we look into possibly running a fiber optic line over there and then sharing the connection with some of our upgraded facilities? It would bring more things into more of a centralized management perspective. You wouldn't have to, you could combine systems and ease a lot of these issues that are coming along. I think it'd be more effective use of resources as well.
And it's a new now.
Yeah,
Fiber optics is it now, I know.
We definitely could look at that. I don't think Greg left. I think he just stepped out. If he could probably address that better than I can if he comes back in here shortly.
All right, so we'll ask Greg. All right, let's go to library. Let's keep rolling library. Ellen's here. She's been waiting patiently. Well, she's not very patient, but I know she's ready to go. All right, you want to look at page 100. So what has been funded in library? And I got to look it up in the back, and I don't have it written down.
So we're holding off on addition of positions. The rationale is to get everybody into the new building. I have heard immense displeasure that we're not adding positions. I believe this is a discussion we'll have to have in the future. One thing we are recommending, since it's been, I believe, 5 years or 6 years, is the increase to our voluntary donation fund of 50 cents. A question was, is that enough or could it be higher? The answer is yes, and y'all can decide. The last time we increased was 5 or 6 years ago. We went from 50 cents for beautification, library, and parks. We only had 12, I think, opt-outs. I think most people see the volunteer funds are spent well. So I think if we increase that amount, we may be able to make a part-time, full-time, and fund it that way.
So maybe at mid-year do that?
At mid-year, yeah.
Okay.
Run
No,
that through the library board as well.
Yeah, because I'm concerned, once the library opens, it's going to be so popular, you're going to be overrun. That's my concern. So we need to require some relief, and at mid-year, that's fine. That's a great solution. But I think it's going to be incredibly popular, and we're going to need more staff.
And I would tell you, y'all probably saw that video that was posted. The facility is much, much larger. We will physically need more eyes on the facility, just to see where everybody's at. I think a lot of
cameras in it too, don't it?
there are cameras, but I mean, you're going to need more people in that space. So.
Well, I mean, but you have to decide where you want your resources, the first resources put on. So, again, goes back to that list that we talked about, all your departments need resources. Which ones are the most important?
Yeah, so order of operations, I would say the temporary funded positions, making those full-time. and then our public safety positions, and then library.
Yeah.
The reality is core public services, every city, our public works and public safety, we're unusual, and I'm biased because I'm a huge library supporter, that the library is, it's the heartbeat of the city. That's why it has 100% approval rating.
I thought it was Ellen that's why it had 100%. That's what she said. She told me that.
I mean, to me, these are easy things. You set the priority for the, which resources need to come in, and then work with your director of finance to make sure that they're funded and bring them to us. I mean,
Absolutely. Yeah, and like I say, I think once we get into it, operating with the best we can, we've had a seasonal part-time program, the apprentices. The library makes use of that. Animal Services does. So, maybe we use some more seasonal part-time positions. But yeah, they're doing a great job. It's going to be amazing across the street.
I think you got a pretty good volunteer group too, right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We, especially in the summertime, we have, I think right now, 32 teen volunteers that are working our summer reading club and helping us out in other ways as well.
All right, so we've got a plan. I've got a plan going forward. Donations go up, hopefully get a little more there, part-time, mid-year, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody good with that? Good plan?
Is the council agreement with, is it the 50 cents across all or just 50 cents for the library?
It's all right.
So, yeah, I just recommended 50 cents for each because all of the beautification, parks, library, all the expenses side have gone up for the things.
Does anybody disagree with that?
I'd almost go up $1.
I mean, the only thing I would say is that I think it needs to be more. I mean, that's.
Yeah,
I don't think
How
that
many
$2
total
is crazy.
programs are on the
I'd be fine with $2.
donations? There's,
So on the bill right now, the standard would be beautification, library, and parks. We do have an optional addition for Animal Services, but the core three are parks,
well, even if they
beautification,
went up
library.
$1 each, that's only.
That's what I'm saying. I think $2
You want to go up to $1?
I think we should.
So $1 increase,
I
yeah.
guarantee you, anybody that's donating to it now is not gonna say no.
Right.
Everybody good with $1? Let's do $1 then.
Yeah, let's just do $1.
All right, let's go for
What
it.
would, if you raise it to $1, what would that be?
And an overall impact to the fund is about $35,000.
Yeah, but
37.
Is it going, when you add $1, does that mean is it currently at $1, so that'd be $2, or is it $2 now?
Yes, sir, it's currently $1 per donation.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
$1 for parks, $1 for library. And our customers have the option, right? I mean, it's, they can opt out.
Okay.
Or they just want to do library, or they just want to do parks.
So if I donate to the library fund only, I pay $2.
You currently pay $1. The proposal, from what I'm understanding, is $2 instead of $1.50.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
Mary, go ahead.
Also, if we could get the word out, because you can even donate more. And you do have other departments you can donate to other than those
Senior.
three.
Yes, ma'am, the senior center is.
And I think not very many people know that, so I don't know how we get that word out, but
Communications, can we put that in a special thing?
A video.
for the water bill or something?
Yeah,
A
we
video.
could, but we're gonna be cautious with that because sometimes when I look at a bill, I just pay it. If we let people know, hey, you are actually paying an additional $6, that could be like, oh yeah, let's increase it, or someone say, oh, I'm not gonna pay my another $6. So we would do that, as that's the direction of council, but I will be very cautious of how
That
we're
could be a
gonna be approaching
double-edged
it.
sword.
Well, maybe we do an informational video of what the donated funds are used for, but not specify the amount.
Yeah, because I would say every time we have the fireworks event, we always say thank you to our residents who pay to the donation funds. Same thing with our Christmas event, and I believe there's another event that is also, a good portion of it comes from the Parks Board.
Yeah, I think.
But yeah, we could definitely do informational one, and actually, we do have an idea for how we could be doing more of these things, and I actually told Ellen to talk to me afterwards, because we're gonna be chatting for the next future projects.
All right, so I think we're good, $2.
Is there-
Everybody happy?
Is there anything else we need to do, or is that good enough to raise it $1?
I think it's good.
We good,
Council-
Tim?
Council says it's happening.
Yeah, it's happening. You gotta ask Greg.
I'm conservative I'm concerned that we'll have a lot of drop-off, but we won't know till we try, so, you know.
Well, is there any data to show that, kind of that sweet spot?
There's not, but as Gabe mentioned, when we increased it last, there was barely any drop-off. The only drop-off that we see is as single-family homes are sold to companies that are homes for rent. And you would think that they would want their community in which they own these homes to, but they don't.
No.
That's the first thing they do.
They
is
don't,
when-
they're in it for money. They don't give a
Yeah, when,
blankety
the
blank
first
about
thing they
Saginaw.
do is they drop those donations. Yeah.
I'm trying to be nice, aren't I? All right, anything else on the library? And Ellen, you want to say a quick PSA on the new library while you've got this audience?
Just that we're really excited. The building's just about finished. Lee's done a great job managing that project, and it's beautiful in there. I believe the shelving goes in next week, and then the furniture, and then eventually we'll be moving over there in the senior center too. We're very excited.
Awesome, thank you very much. All right, so that's, anything else library, all in, all done? Let's roll back real quick. Greg's in the room, we had a question for Greg, I think Lee's already briefed him on it, so help us out, Greg, help us understand.
So since I've been here, we've had 2 camera systems over in the rec center. It was one that when they built the building, they had somebody come in and run it, and we got a lightning strike a couple of years later, and me and Keith went to Sam's and we bought a Nighthawk. In fact, that's exactly what they have there. It's their proposed thing, and it was just something we bought off the shelf. And then me and Kelly and I think Rick Johnson helped me with some of that too, rerun the wiring and stuff. Now, it'd be nice to bring in a professional company and do this, and have it actually done. And we do have fiber that runs all the way from the library to every one of these buildings. So the question I was given was that we could have like an Avigilon type system that's a real system and not just something off the shelf that we bought. And it would improve, like, if what you have now, if you really want to use this for anything, all you're going to get is blurry shapes. I can see this car was robbed. Who it was, we'll never know, because that's what it looks like with something you're going to buy like that. If you're really wanting to use this as something like that, then it's going to cost, and that's just the way it is. It's not going to be cheap. You may not have to have like what we have at the PD, but you're going to have something more than you spend $600 on it at Sam's, and that's fine too. It's better than nothing, and a lot of times just having a camera up is a deterrent. It is. We've found that out over the years. We're just sticking cameras that do nothing, and we've stuck them in offices of employees to scare the crap out of them over the years too. So it just depends on how much you really want to spend here. But we have fiber. We have the means of being able to send that much data across if we want to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Can you
there's
find
al-
out how much it'll cost for that? Whoever's,
Well, the quote that she showed me on the hallway was like a $700 system, and that's basically
well,
what
this
we
is
have.
680.
Right.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, 680, 700, that's what he said.
My concern about that was that it says that the internet would need to be upgraded for the cameras to work effectively. Is that, it sounds like that's not an issue if the fiber's already there.
So what that's referring to is going to be like a connection to the internet. What we're talking about is fiber. We have city fiber running between all these buildings. So what we have is an internal system. We have a bunch of IP-based cameras that then pump the data back to a server. If you're going to be cloud, once again, you're talking about a different type of connection. You're talking about a connection to the internet, and not just a connection between the buildings. We run 1,000 by 1,000 between all these buildings, but that's going to be internal data only, as opposed to cloud-based data. And the fastest connection we have here is going to be around 400, and that's on a good day, because that's going to be like a Spectrum Business type connection, and there's no guarantees on that. We do have a fiber connection at the PD of 250 by 250. That's expensive. That's $700 a month to have that connection, and the reason we have that connection is because the DA requires us to file the cases. They don't let us send a bunch of disks anymore. You got to file them over the internet. So you might have 5 cars on the scene of an accident. They all have data running through their video cameras, and so now you're talking about 12 gigs worth of information that's going to have to be shipped to the DA, and so it's just different. All this depends on how you want to do this.
That's all this.
Right, so my question is, Brack and I were talking about unified systems. There's unified systems that do cameras that have a hard drive built into those. So the internet connection isn't for the storage or transfer of data necessarily, because if you need to look something up, you could just pull the hard drive.
That's similar, that's what we have now.
Right.
We have an Avigilon-based system, which is gonna be the cameras. And I'm not telling you they need an Avigilon system, because that does a lot of stuff that you can put in red shirt and it'll find everybody in the building with
Right.
red shirt. I mean, it's a very advanced system as far as that goes, and they probably don't need anything like that. But I would also think they probably, if they really want to use this for something, they're gonna need more than a $680 system. This is gonna be used for looking things up or things that happened.
Right.
What that sweet spot is, I don't know, because we didn't really talk about it.
How many cameras was that for the 680?
Seven or eight.
It was 8?
Yeah. So, I mean, that's just gonna cover the inside of the building, that's not gonna cover any of the parking lot. And when we talked about this originally a few years ago, we talked about having something out in the parking lot so we could see if cars were broken into or anything like that. And once again, that's gonna cost money.
Have we ever had any cars broken into that parking lot?
Yep. Yeah, I don't have that number, do you?
Yeah, I don't have the number right offhand, but yeah, we've had burglary motor vehicles in that parking lot.
There's a city vehicle that sits over there all the time.
Yeah, we parked our city, I parked my city car over there over the weekend, we had a parking lot restocked on the weekend and it was rough.
Okay, I just know there's a city
This
vehicle
police
there
car
when I
too,
go to
so-
work in the mornings. and It's a what?
Jason didn't have a city vehicle that they use.
I didn't know, I just knew it was parked there, I wasn't griping or anything.
All right, any more questions for Greg on this? Thank you, Greg, for filling us in.
But before we go into doing the 680, could you, me, and Sean have an offline discussion and just kind of work through some things? Because I just want to make sure that we're not just spending $680. I know it's $680, but I don't want to see us spending that and going, well, if we had just spent another 400, we'd have had.
Exactly what we have there already, except if you, like Rick, because I think the reason they're probably doing this in my mind is 3 of the cameras that stopped working, so they just want to put the cameras again, and that's why, without that there, I can say for sure, that's what I think it is, instead of more working cameras again. It's an iPhone system that's currently over there that I put in about 8 years ago.
Okay.
I think to our point is, we just think that, maybe there's a system out there where we might spend $1,200, it might be miles better. So that's something that we just want to have a discussion.
All right, so we'll take that offline. Okay, that's great. All right, move on. We're at inspection and code enforcement.
Page 107, contract mowing services. Do we bill that back to the homeowner or the bank?
We do, yes. We try to recoup that cost, that's correct.
Yeah, I sign liens for that all the time, so yeah. All right, other questions? 108 is where the special requests are, just electronic ticket writer, which I believe is funded. And that's it.
I'll make it quick, Mr. Mayor, just.
Yes, sir.
Moving fast, we reduced our overtime cost right in the department. One of the manager positions, I know we spoke about that earlier, has been reduced to just 2 code enforcement officers. It fits our system a little better. And the other is the rental inspection fees. You've seen that elsewhere in there. We're reducing that just to cover the cost. That's efficiencies in staff, efficiencies in the programs, going from $125 to $100 on the fee. That's pretty much it.
Okay. All right, anything else on that? All right, let's move to animal services. 114 is where the special requests are, and I think none of those are funded, right?
Yeah, I did have a thing on 3 and 4.
Well, real quick, we didn't fund any of these, right?
Yeah, and
Okay.
the rationale behind that is, as you know, we're having discussions on what might be a potential future facility. I was very hesitant to include anything significant without knowing what the future decision might be. Had some discussions with Councilmember Lawson about, maybe doing some sort of temporary adjustments to the facility. Happy to discuss that.
But what about, don't they need one part-time tech, or, because I know that when one of them gets sick, then we gotta close the shelter down because they don't have enough to travel and all that. Can we not do something with that?
So, yeah, you'll recall we have a temporary tech that was funded with one-time funds. That's still in place this year. The request was to make a part-time tech full-time. Like with other positions in the general fund, we just can't do it this year. So at some point in the future, you know, maybe so. Yeah.
All right, Nick, you had a question?
Yeah, just what Gabe said. I think we got ordinances within our city that, you know, that says what, you know, how long an animal can stay outside and shade and all of that. And I'm relatively convinced that if we brought somebody in to assess the conditions we let those animals be in over there outside, we'd be written up. So, I think we need to do something. Even if we do get a bond approved, say this spring, it's still gonna be 3 or 4 years before that building gets built, and it's just not right. Now, I do push back on the cost. You know, I mean, worst case comes to worst, I can go over and measure the length versus width of this for the shade. $60,000 seems like a lot of money.
I have a comment about that one.
Yeah.
I talked to the guys, and they said that it was gonna be sort of like what's over the PD, it's gonna be a cantilever, whatever, is that correct? What they were checking on?
No.
I made the remark, why couldn't they hang some kites, those shade kites, they're good, they'll last for a year, and they're not that much. But I thought that would be cheaper until we decide what we're gonna do with the animal shelter altogether, but.
Yeah, I think the shade structure estimates are based on something similar to what you'd see at, in a park or a playground or at the pool or something like that. It's not a permanent, it's not, my understanding, it's not a steel structure like what the PD's put in.
Right, so that would be, my question would be like, you know, we just did this carport ordinance. I mean, it's not it's not something that needs to be necessarily aesthetically pleasing. It just needs to be functional. So could we do carports, do 3 or 4 carports, and that cost be 10,000 or even 15 and not 60?
Can we get for both of these, can we get, I mean, like the grass removal, things like that? Definitely drainage. I'm big on fixing that drainage because growing up on a farm, I know that stagnant water coming in brings diseases in. And it's a big thing, definitely for our cattle and stuff. So I'm saying the same thing for dogs. And I'd just like a better detail on exactly what, because I know people has drainage, you know, what they call French drains put in, and it's a couple $1,000 bucks. Yeah.
And these shade structures, I was told they were gonna be on the back side, not the front side. Is that where they are?
They're like on the
Because
side.
the animal shelter's here. It's not these over here where the animals play. They're gonna be on the back side? Am I correct or not?
No, they're,
Can you address drainage maybe? Sorry to interrupt.
So the drainage for the animal shelter?
Yeah.
So that's channeled, you know, it is what it is. It's been that way for years. They built the building, when they constructed the animal shelter, it split off the drainage where it has to come between those two buildings to get
Okay.
to the front.
So that's where they want the shade?
I'm not sure where
No,
the,
he's talking
no,
about
the
drainage.
shade structures.
I'm talking about the shade.
Okay, the shade structures are for the exercise yard area, which is to the west, immediately west side. So when you pull in right in the front to the left-hand side of what you're looking
The
at.
part that's fenced in?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
All right, so I think the action here is to get a little more information on it, maybe a cheaper shade structure option.
Yeah, because I think I really want to say yes to 3 and 4. I want them to be cost conscious.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is adding much to a terminal facility.
That's why I said
Yeah,
temporary
so-
shades would be temporary and it wouldn't cost that
Yeah.
much, you know what I mean? Until we figure out what we're gonna do with the shelter itself.
Drainage, is it stuff that we can do in-house?
Do what?
Is it the drainage, is it something we can do in-house? I mean, we have equipment, or we rent a trencher and reroute?
you're not gonna be able to put that underground because there's no subgrade drainage system up there. It has the surface drain.
So you're gonna have to build all that
You're gonna have to build either some walls to protect that water from going in there with, as it flows, sheet flows off.
They're probably gonna have to bust out that concrete and rebuild
If we improve the channel and put walls to contain the water, we could do that.
Now, so we can't do that in-house?
Yeah, we could do that in-house.
We could.
Well, and I understand, doing it in-house doesn't mean that that's free. That basically
I
you're,
know it costs.
Still materials, yep.
yeah, I mean, you're pulling your resources off and doing something else to do this. I agree.
All right, so I don't want to go into this two more. So 3 and 4, we're going to scrub on those. Those are maybes from the council. We just want to scrub on them, see what, if there's more cost-effective solutions and what that might be.
Can you?
Everybody understand that?
Can you get me for the shade cover, width versus length, how much we're
Sure.
planning on covering?
Absolutely.
I'd like to know that too.
He'll send out to all the council. All right, move on to fleet. Fleet. We are at page, 120, because there's no special request, really. Any fleet questions? There's really nothing specific?
I just had one, because I know when we had talked, Randy, about that there was a mechanic that was looking at possibly retiring at some point soon. And I just want to make sure that, as far as like the salary decrease, I mean, I don't want to decrease that and then end up, shooting ourselves in the foot whenever that's time to replace it.
So, luckily, we've interviewed and we have got a candidate who has accepted the offer. He's got a long time background mechanic, and he works for the city of Fort Worth right now. He already told you this. His name is Sean, but he looks like Paul. But he really he's really a good guy, and I think he's going to really fit in. He's just like Jeff is right now.
Good news.
Fire Chief, you want to?
Councilmember Morrison, the decrease is because in the current year, knowing that we had the fleet manager retiring, we funded a temporary position, thinking that that person would be trained before the current fleet manager retired. But there's actually, this new person is not going to have a significantly salary decrease.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Chief, you want to say something?
Just to emphasize how important that position
Yeah,
is in
right,
our
that's-
city.
yeah.
I sound like a broken record with that, but the capability of that particular person means a difference in tens of thousands of dollars of what we spend for repairs.
Plus,
So it's
the
vital.
turnaround time is a lot quicker.
Sir?
Turnaround time is a lot.
Yeah, downtime is obviously critical for fire department apparatus.
We had some great.
All right, economic development, moving on. Econ is on page 126. Only thing we funded is number 2, I believe.
Number 2's only partially funded though, right?
So let's speak to that. Let's give us a little more detail on number 2.
So a little bit of commentary. We tried our best to reduce recurring expenditures related to economic development, though I think that money you spend in economic development, it's returned in the future. You just can't necessarily predict when. A couple of these items. One, I had a question about the Made in Saginaw internship program. Give Susie credit for this idea. She's been meeting, and Pedro have been meeting with our local industries to see what their needs are. And a common theme is workforce. They need a talent pool. So the thought is to have a pilot program to offer interns for our industries who are major employers, like Miller Milling. Y'all talked to Troxel. Who else?
Good morning, everyone. So we're at the beginning stages of this program. Obviously, with economic development, the idea is always to bring back and intertie our work, play, and shop, right? So we mentioned kids earlier. This program is going to highly benefit our existing residents, specifically by developing a collaboration between either TCC Northwest, which would be our home campus. We've actually already met with their president, and they're pumped. They're super pumped about this. They've been wanting some sort of collaboration opportunity with the city. And so I think this would be the first step so that we could have that ongoing opportunity with them. We also met with Hollenstein, one or the other. But they're also super pumped to work with us. We've debated on paid versus unpaid internship opportunities for other seasonal occasions as well, potentially some shadowing opportunities. When it comes to TCC Northwest, they obviously have the Fire Academy and the Police Academy. But in addition to that, they have some other programming such as legal studies or political science. And so obviously being a local government entity, I think that just even participating in their local classes and going to speak with them. So this program is going to be much more than an internship as well, but specifically when it comes to this internship aspect, it would be to collaborate with some of our large industrial areas. We have a great opportunity in the sense that our industrial sector, it's pretty top-notch when it comes to the industries. When we're talking about Viterra alone, we had a sit-down conversation with them, and they're a billion-dollar industry. So not a lot of people understand that we have these resources in our backyard. And so the idea would be to get local Saginaw students through EMSISD or TCC Northwest and plug them in to our big industrial branches. We would start off that way, and then we could easily transition to, they also have vet tech classes. We have the VCA Saginaw. So it could easily go into smaller opportunities as well, but we're wanting to just start with a few large infrastructure and then kind of just pilot it and go towards smaller entities.
Okay.
Questions?
I would also just want to add, Burleson has a great program called Burleson Works, and that's something that me and Susie have been looking at as a potential model to follow. Burleson, of course, for some reason I became a huge Kelly Clarkson fan, so Burleson's there, and Joe, our former emergency manager, is also in Burleson, so we definitely would like to visit Burleson as well and ask them that questions. But one of my goals, people ask, like, what is one of your goals? I drive from 820 to get to Saginaw, and at Anchor Fabrication, there's a sign that says now hiring welders. It's gonna be part of this portion is to get that sign away. Leave it in storage, never gonna post it up there, because we build that pipeline from essentially from, like Susie said, Hollenstein Center or Northwest, bring them in. Because the number one concern right now for businesses is not incentives, land, or anything, it's workforce, because baby boomers are retiring 10,000, I think 10,000 a day are retiring. We don't have that much of our population coming in to the workforce. So I just want to add that portion.
Yeah, so the idea would be to be singing Since You've Been Gone to Help Wanted signs. Sorry, had to do a dad joke.
So do we work with like Texas Workforce Commission as well? Because I know that they have programs for employment.
Yes, so I actually am going to attend a workshop with them on the 31st, I believe. So we'll be partnering with them. So the idea is the Saginaw internship would be mostly for seniors or college students, but we are also going to be having a different program for adults as well when it comes to that and associating that with the Texas Workforce Solutions.
So I believe it's $10,000. What specifically, is that going toward?
So I'm thinking that right now that would be more so towards if we can get an intern for Miller Milling. They did say that they have to be 18 and up, so that would be more so with TCC Northwest. So we would have a sit down with them and the TCC Northwest representative and find which area they're really needing more workforce in. And then we would pivot that to have either a part-time or a full-time just in the summer. We really just have to get with both entities and see what time. They have different seasons when they're graining and whatnot. So it would be a partnership with just them interning for a certain amount of time, and we would fund that. It would just be pilot program, so this is just what we would begin with. I think if we were able to fund this, it would allow us more flexibility to be able to finance that instead of the businesses trying to do so at last minute, so that we can begin the program. And I think once we have the program and hopefully have it flourish, then the idea would be to partially have us either fund some of it, have TCC fund some of it, and eventually have them fully fund it.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question was, is this sales tax funded, or would this be more just straight from the general fund? And it sounds like it's not, it's funding the actual intern and not funding the program necessarily, right? I just want to make sure.
Well, so the program would be economic development based, so us staff would deliver that with the TCC and Hellenstein. We've already had some beginning conversations, and I've already scheduled some follow-ups. So economic development would be facilitating the actual program itself in conjunction with them. But this would be just for the intern aspect of it, yes. And we could also have it where the intern shows up to city council and talks to y'all about their experience. And I think that something else we could do for the application itself is we can have applicants stay within the 76179 zip code, or the EMS ISD graduates or current students. So, and that way we ensure that we are keeping it in Saginaw.
So want to add a couple things. This didn't make it into the proposed, but I'm recommending we fund one time 50,000. The balance, the 40,000 would be, I sent you an email yesterday about it's like a restaurant rebate program. I think Mayor Pro Tem has attended some functions with the chamber. North Richland Hills has successfully implemented this. It was so successful they are expanding it. The idea is to take 40,000 and create kind of a rewards where we encourage
But don't you have
local
more
business.
restaurants, sit-down restaurants to do that? Because they don't do it for the fast food, do they?
I think if we were to fund the program, we could set the requirements. So, yeah.
I mean, we've got Applebee's, Pallet Garden, Eagles Point.
Hollywood Burger.
Blue Mountain Cafe.
Blue Mountain Cafe.
JR's.
Bag of crab, or whatever it's called now, are gonna be called, new bag of crab.
Yeah, you could also apply it to, local retailers as well. So,
Flower shops.
Elkins Hardware, what have you. I think it's.
I think that's a great idea, to expand it beyond just restaurants. So,
Yeah, if you do it for more than just restaurants, because
that makes sense. I want people to shop Saginaw. It's a great way to do it.
Yeah, and we could define it where y'all's preferences, it can be McDonald's or whatever,
Right.
some franchise.
But, and that's great. Business improvement grants.
Yes, sir.
Where's that in the budget? How much do we have in the budget for business improvement grants? I wasn't sure where to look for
I
that.
believe it is it's still the same amount, 40,000.
40? What have we spent this budget, or what are we gonna spend this budget year? Where are
So
we?
I would say during our first ever one was the laundry one. I think it was a little set off because of the retirement and then us taking over the program. So I believe right now, as of today, we are at 6,000, 5,000, so about 11.
That's it?
About 11.
For the whole budget year?
Yes,
Really?
because we were
okay.
taking over the program and revamping it a little bit. But you want to talk about the other businesses who you talked to?
I was just gonna say, so I've been in this position for 2.5 months. We've had the Saginaw Laundry Center, and we've had Fuel City, of course, which y'all just saw last week. We've also been in conversations, so the interesting thing about my job is that I'm also doing planning and zoning. So I know that when they're expanding or when they're doing or wanting to do different criteria. So I've been able to collaborate with them and introduce that building improvement grant to them. For instance, DFW Plastics is wanting to do something. Holloway is trying to do something soon. So I've been able to introduce that to them and kind of share that information. A lot of what we found is that a lot of our businesses did not know that this program was in fruition. So we've been letting them know, and I think that they are wanting to take advantage of the program. And we've had a lot of people who are reoccurring also reach out. Melinda Julian's Great Biscuit, if you've tried it, really great biscuits. But they're wanting to make some improvements as well. So we've been in collaboration with just seeing when they can reapply, because there are also limitations when it comes to the application. So I believe we'll be able to see a lot more. And another project that we're wanting to see, and I'm kind of skipping ahead, but the redevelopment incentives. So we're wanting to focus on specific areas within Saginaw. And so I think that building improvement grant will open up different opportunities for us to focus on Saginaw Boulevard or the Bailey Boswell intersections. So I do think that we would benefit from that being stagnant or increase in that. But I do think that y'all are going to go see more beautification efforts pretty soon.
Okay, excellent.
I go to the Chamber Synergy, Saginaw Synergy, twice a month, and I mention it every time, and everybody that's there, so.
Good.
Trying to get the word out.
I definitely want to use that. Excellent. All right, anything else on economic development?
So the only thing is the partial funding on item 2?
That's it?
How much?
Didn't you say 40?
I think it,
How much is the partial funding? Because I got 10.
Yeah, it's 50. It'd be 10,000 for the Made in Saginaw, or the internship workforce development, let's call it, and then 40,000 for the rewards program.
yeah, it's 50 total, right?
50 total, one time.
Okay. So it is, so we are funding, it ain't a partial, it's a whole funding, the 50,000. That's
Just
what it's got.
40.
Line item 2, economic development incentive, line item increase of 50,000. Now, when I went back and looked at your back page, you told me to do, it only had 10,000.
It was an error.
Is there? So it is 50,000.
There was, in the last council meeting, we got a packet, I thought that it was, that
Yeah,
this-
I think we sent an update on
Kinda
that.
updated that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying
Yeah.
to keep her straight.
Okay, moving on, information technology. Page 133, I believe is where we are. And this is unfunded, if I'm correct. Is that correct? That's not in the budget, right?
The phone system, yes.
Phone system, yes. It's in,
We have the style of PBX boxes, we have each location, it's the same thing we did whenever we first started here. You would go to NEC, or you would go through a phone vendor because you can't buy directly from them. They would come out and they would install PBX boxes, and then you'd have a PRI pumped in, and that's how we did our first set of phone systems with the block of numbers in there. Nobody does that type of phone system anymore. We are in the last year of, I mean, honestly, even if it went out now, like, I don't know what they would do because nobody produces these boxes anymore. I mean, we still have a year worth of, well, it'll expire this year, but we still have a year worth of coverage as far as that goes. But like, if one of these NEC boxes went out, I don't know if NEC would, gear up production and say, here you go, here's a brand new box that we don't produce anymore, because you still have a year worth of stuff on there. But anyway, the point of what I'm getting at here is now everything is cloud. So that's what this is for, is going to, like Ring Central or one of these other type of things. I have 4 or 5 different quotes. The quote I put in there was the cheapest one. That was with Spectrum because they're giving incentive buybacks as far as that goes. But I mean, you can't count on that every year. So this is going to be probably a different price every year, but this will be the way the phone system goes going forward. It just will. Not anything you can do.
all right, so this is unfunded currently?
That's correct. And again,
And why didn't we fund it?
Yeah, the ongoing costs in the general fund, as you're aware, we are squeezed. So, if you tell me this is a priority, we need to do it, we're going to be forced into the hand eventually.
So can you look into 3CX, because they do a cloud-based system where they don't charge per phone line? Like, it's
simultaneous connections, so you could have 200 phones, but if you only have like 8 phone calls happening at a time, you would only need to pay for the 8 simultaneous connections.
It's called 3CX. Yeah, it's a cloud-based system, and it's a lot less. And by doing that, you save on the number of lines that you have to have that you're actually using, because it's got basically like an interchange system internally, so it doesn't use as many lines.
It's utilizing like Yealink or just whatever your
Their IP
preferred IP phone would be.
So, just out of curiosity here, because the reason I went with these type of vendors is because they can get my PRI, get my block of numbers. Because we can't just go changing willy-nilly. The city numbers have been here for 50 years. So that was why I went with these particular vendors, because they promised they could get my block of numbers. Spectrum can get my block of numbers from AT&T, which is who we have it with now. And that was actually a hurdle of talking to different people, because like we use a different phone vendor right now, and they had a pretty good price as far as that went, but they wanted to start over with all new numbers, and I can't do that.
We moved in my company. We moved our services to 3CX a little over a year ago, and all of our business numbers transferred over and everything. So there may be some particulars that I'm not aware of, but they were way cheaper for us to move that
And
direction.
you'll save a lot of money in the recurring phone bill.
Yes.
You will. I mean, there will be savings here, because right now we have to have a lot of these point-to-point T1s, because we're dropping dial tone across these point-to-point T1s, and we have to pay for those. Like, we have a connection all the way to Public Works, because there's no way we could feasibly run fiber there, so we pay AT&T for fiber. Same way with Fire Station 2. You can get rid of those theoretically once you're not pumping that dial tone across those points, and that is a big savings, you're right. But until you do that, you can't. And as far as like Mayor Flippo asked why this wasn't funny, you don't have to do this. You can roll the dice, and I'm not even telling you that this is going to go down tomorrow, the next day, or 10 years from now. It might still be in, and you're looking about a two-week process of doing this. Like I asked the question is like, worst case scenario, this goes down, what is how the time frame of this? And they said about 2 weeks. So you would be out of phones for about 2 weeks. And that wouldn't really, we still have radios in PD, we still have radios at the fire department. It would just be the citizens would be impacted by this if this phone system went down in such a way. So.
Well, and you might reach out to iWorks too, because if they're familiar with 3CX, they might have.
They sent me, one of their proposals was to bring Central also. In fact, out of the 5 people I got pitched me this, 3 of them crawl Ring Central. So, I mean, I don't know how big a player Ring Central is in this type of thing, but they must be pretty large, simply because AT&T, Spectrum, and iWorks all pitched Ring Central.
Had 2 questions, I think, related to IT. Maybe we can hit them briefly. One was related to iWorks. If you could briefly explain what they do for staff, the service they provide.
Well, so the way we got in with iWorks is I knew iWorks already. I had dealt with them previously before, because they do this for a lot of cities, and they're a good service to have, simply because I can't be here all the time. I mean, that's what this is really about. There's somebody that I've given them everything I know. So if I walk out this door and get struck by lightning, there is knowledge written down in a way that someone could come along and pick this up. Because I've been here 20 years. I mean, I've seen from when we had 40 computers to when we have over 200 computers now. So I've given them as much as I know. And if something happens, somebody can pass this knowledge along. So that is really more along what you're paying for an insurance policy. I still do all the day-to-day work. If I run into a problem, I used to use a third-party service. If I ran into an SQL issue or some sort of domain rollover issue, because I don't know everything, I would have to call this other service. So they give me help as far as these type of issues goes, and they have a larger knowledge base than me just going to Google and typing in the question. So they do have a larger knowledge base, and they can find out things like setting up Samuel, like single access, things like this. They do. I had a problem with that just the other day, and I spent 2 hours working on this, and I finally called them, and they reached out and they had an answer for me the next day. So you're paying for 2 things with them. You're paying for them to have a reservoir of the knowledge I have given them, and you're paying for them to help me with things. And when we have larger products, and it's just like when we did the big rollout of the email, they came out here and they helped us roll out all of the emails going desk to desk, because that's what had to be done. We had to have somebody, and if I'd done it, it would have taken me 2 weeks and everybody would have been real mad.
So one other question is, why do server replacements need to be done every year? I've seen servers as old as 2016 still operational.
To answer that, that is a placeholder. If we have something that has to be replaced, then you got to scramble for $30,000. I don't replace servers every year. I mean, that's just, I mean, sometimes that money just goes right back into the fund. But sometimes if something happens in a way that it has to have a new server, then I have to go beg somebody for $30,000, and it's just easier to have that money, you know, there. You know what I mean? And then have to come up with it off the spur of the moment. So not every year do we replace servers.
Do we have a, you know, just like the fire trucks, we should, for our servers, we should have a replacement plan?
We have a replacement plan in place for all the desktops here, and the servers we do, I mean, as we go forward here, like I virtualized 3 of our domain controllers. Right. And as we virtualize stuff, everything eventually will be a virtualized thing, or it will be cloud services, and that is the plan. Like, I would say in the next 5 years, we'll go to Azure domains in the sky too. We won't even have domain directories, and everybody will do single sign-ons, and that's just the way it's gonna go. But we do have a schedule. Servers are a little bit different because you're a lot of times dependent, especially if you have a server that is a vendor-specific server like Court, MCRS, then you have to negotiate with them on, well, we want to do a rollover here, and how much are you going to charge us for the rollover, and we need to get this done. And I would prefer just to have everything. I mean, it's
Who's our
just
cloud
easy.
server that we use?
Who's a what?
Cloud. Who's our service provider?
Oh, we buy them through Dell. I've been buying them off DRI for, that's how I was told to do it when I got here, so that's how I've always done it. I have a contact with Dell. They give state pricing on this. That's just the way we do the desktops and this. And we checked a couple of times since I've been here. We've checked into going to lease. I'm not telling you leases about problem. I'm just telling you it doesn't save. Everybody thinks, oh, you lease this and you're going to save dramatically. I mean, maybe if you're Chase or Capital One or somebody that has 60,000 computers, for Saginaw, we got 200. You know, I mean, it doesn't. The savings is not.
Well, you got the right approach going to the cloud, because then you only pay for the spin up usage you use per server during that time. So, yeah.
Eventually, that's where all of our network shares, all of these things will be through SharePoint. Then your domains, when you log on, will be through Azure, and everything will be single sign-on. Once we switched over to Oracle, that'll be single sign-on. We won't have an on-premise financial server.
Right.
I mean, the more we can get off premise, the better. You know, you get a lightning strike or a freeze or anything else, you're down for days.
It's on the thing, yeah. All right, anything else on IT? We have a plan?
But not to drop the phones, but I think it's something we need to
Yeah.
definitely look at, because we can't afford to be down 2 weeks.
I mean, I'd rather see that 30,000 server budget
Yeah.
put towards this.
I mean, if it is bad practice to say we're gonna run this baby till she fails, and then all of a sudden we have to spend the money, we'll have to spend a lot more, and then we'll be looking to our finance director trying to figure out how to spend an unplanned outage.
So we'll do it. We'll just take it from the server money. Does that sound fair?
Well, we also talked about moving the baseball field lights to part of the bond money, so that's $70,000. I mean, we can use part of that.
And
Yeah, but
whatever
we
you
added
do, whichever
250,000
system we decide
to
to-
jail, so.
Whatever the system we decide to go with, would you please fix the zero operator? I get asked that at least once a week, and I'm done.
Well,
I keep
that's-
telling them to call you. I'm gonna start giving you your telephone number, I guess.
So that's another reason to look into 3CX is because it has a virtual receptionist. So, I mean, it's.
We did look at the virtual, the problem with the AI answering services, it's still AI. And, I mean.
No, this is not AI.
Oh, it's not?
This is not AI, no. You really, really delve into it, because it's not.
We gotta do something, because people push zero and it just goes right back.
So I would tell them to punch a number, punch one.
The way it works is it's actually pre-programmed. You have ring groups and you have different assignments. And so when someone calls in, it will route them the correct way based on their ring group.
Thank you.
All right, are we good on IT? I've I've heard a request for a break, and I think it's a good point. Let's take a 5-minute bio break. This is not a lunch break. Nobody eats until we're done, so this is a bio break.
So, Mayor, on that one, did we say we wanted it funded, or we wanted more information on it?
Fund that. We're gonna take it for the server money, or wherever else.
Emergency management, this is unfunded. At some point in the future, we intend to restore the position, although it'd be
On the EMC?
on the EMC. Yep, it is, we're holding it vacant, unfunded as has been.
Just out of curiosity, and I know we need one, but do we really have to have an emergency management?
Do we?
Is it required of the city to have it?
Is it required of the city? We have to designate an emergency management from the state. We do have to do that, yeah. Typically, that falls to the fire chief
There you go.
if we don't have an emergency manager, but I will say we'll pay the price at some point without that position when we have a disaster in the city. I can't be two people,
I don't know.
and that's what we'll require. So it's a vital position, to answer your question.
For my involvement with CERT, it's something that we definitely need. The CERT program is suffering, and our EOC, to get it really where it needs to be, we need somebody in that position.
But we're not gonna do that right now, right?
Right.
All right, moving on. Communications. Anything on here?
Nope.
146. Did we fund one thing?
One of them was, I think,
Yeah, just one, I believe.
number one.
Nope, so none of these are funded.
None of them.
None of these are funded, right? Okay. I looked at, I highlighted the citizen engagement line item increase, $5,800.
What is that? Let's see.
That's
Oh,
what-
the appreciation dinner and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and I thought we were wanting to do that.
Yes.
That,
I agree on that one, but I don't agree on the other one.
no, that's fine.
Hold it, on item 5?
No, on three. Number
Okay, got it. You know, I got them marked, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I highlighted that I thought we wanted to do is number 3. Everybody okay with doing number 3?
Also,
That survey, it's already funded, isn't it? No?
we're doing the business survey, so we wouldn't have to do it next year necessarily.
Okay.
Business survey is active. Just one thing, we did the quarterly newsletter mailer. That goes out to every household. That wouldn't be ongoing. I guess the consolation prizes, we can do that electronically, digitally. So, we've gotten some positive feedback. Y'all have received it at your house. Some people like paper and, yeah.
All
I
right, so,
thought there was something we paid for 3 years. That's not it?
We did 3 surveys, 3 surveys, and I think the business survey, I think is gonna be our 3rd one.
Oh, is it? Okay. That's-
So that's actually our second survey.
Is that, okay.
The employee survey was a separate one from the 3-year contract. But Ron has expressed that if it's not funded, he could always extend that 3rd survey to another year.
Okay.
all right, so everybody good funding number 3? And move on? All right.
So number 3 is funded?
Yes. All right, senior center. All
I've got a
good
comment
news.
on 152.
Okay,
It wasn't funded, but they're asking for a cargo van. With as busy as our senior center is, I don't understand why we're not using a Cisco or US Foods or something, ordering that stuff, having it delivered, and using caterers that deliver. I mean, why should we spend the money on a vehicle when it's not
Well, not
necessary?
only that, why would she have to have a vehicle? Aren't they allowed to use the city vehicles? And we have SUVs and stuff.
Well, it
so-
says here that it's because of the cargo height. It's a convenience thing.
That's what,
What items do they have? Canned goods?
she's got cases of water, bottled water, different things that she has to load, and she's, doesn't
Do
like.
we have a dolly she can use to take it from the van to the door?
Well, she's looking for a van to do it, but all these places deliver, and it's a matter of either calling or going online and placing the order, and they bring it to your door. So then it eliminates,
Aren't we prime members of Amazon?
Yes.
we are.
Okay, so Amazon has their delivery service. I order for a lot of stuff and it don't cost nothing to send it to us. And they're real competitive with
Walmart
their
does the same.
pricing.
we hear that they're short-staffed, and they don't have time. Well, with the traffic on 820 to go to Sam's Club, I mean, you're looking hour there, hour back, and then your time shopping. I mean, it adds
None
up.
of this was funded, was it?
None of this was funded, though.
I'm just saying for future, let's.
Yeah.
I like that idea, I'll suggest it to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like funding number 1, just give them a little more hours, just because we're gonna have a new senior center, it's gonna be popular. It's gonna be popping with people, because it's brand new, people are gonna be lining up. To give them a little bit more staff time would help.
9 hours.
Yeah, it's not much, but it would help a little.
costs
Is that
there.
part-time on the one that came from the rec center?
Maybe a little,
Or
yeah.
is it full-time?
No, she's full-time. There's 2 part-timers.
She was the very first part-time person we hired, and it was strictly 20 hours. And then we hired another one at 29 hours after that.
All right.
And we never increased it from a 20 to a 29 hour.
Yeah, so I think we should correct that.
Yeah, we
Give
need
them a
to
little bit
correct
more.
that.
Everybody good with that?
I got a question mark on one is volunteers. Why aren't we using volunteers for that?
Yeah, I think we can use, and I mentioned this in the question, we can use volunteers for some things, but there's certain activities, just for liability reasons, we don't want to use volunteers.
Processing
Volunteers
memberships
don't
is
sign waivers?
one of the things you probably don't want to volunteer out.
Are we looking at increasing the fees for seniors,
Yes.
especially non-resident?
The
We are.
membership is at 20 for Saginaw residents, I believe 60 for non-residents.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. And we anticipate that with the completion of the new Betsy Price Community Center just outside our city limits, my understanding is they have some senior programming, that we'll have some Fort Worth residents that may choose to, that be their primary senior center.
I think our brand new senior center is gonna draw people.
I
It's
think
gonna
you're
draw a
right.
lot of folks. It's gonna be very popular with so much more room and a dedicated space. It's gonna be,
And besides, there's some of us that are getting older, okay, so yeah. Okay.
When I was out campaigning, I actually talked to a newer resident that came here from California, and he told me, I said, well, we're gonna make things better. He says, you don't have to make things better. He says, this is just awesome. We love this service, so.
all right, so we fund number one? Everybody good with fund number one?
So Gabe, can we cover number one?
I mean, the answer's, we're already in a hole for ongoing, and it creates a bigger hole for next year. So,
I mean,
if it's your desire, we can.
So when we get done, I mean, one thing I've already asked Gabe, and I want an assessment of everything we told him to add. And with the already increase that this budget's already got on us, we can't go over that. So if we go over that, then we have to raise taxes and not further than what's already said, and I'm not for that. And I will not approve any budget that's not sound. In other words, whatever we put in here has to be paid this year. We can't kick it till next year, because all that is doing is digging a bigger hole. So all this stuff that we've said added, the end of the day today, they're gonna add up well, council, here's how much you're costing. Now you tell us what you want us to remove.
That's what we'll have to do.
Okay?
Good, Mary?
No.
Oh, there is a possibility that our sales tax revenue and property tax revenue numbers have not all come in, correct? And they might be better than expected or better than anticipated?
I increased the sales tax projection up based on our collections that we received in early July, because we have another month where it was up by 3%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I would say, no, I don't feel comfortable increasing sales tax estimates any more than they're already increased.
So you can give us a list of everything, and then we can decide what we chose.
All right, anything else on senior?
No.
All right, debt service fund, shouldn't be much here, let's see.
So this would think is pretty straightforward. Of course, the council approved our bonds unanimously, which requires tax rate capacity on the INS to do so. Did have a question, I want to explain this. Reduction in interest earnings. If we do not spend bond funds, do we earn interest on those funds? We do earn interest on those funds.
Say but.
But the
There's a
interest can only be used for projects that the bonds were authorized for. Could we instead invest and hold on to these funds until the 9-year break-even point and pay off on the debt? So we can't refinance or pay off bonds until after 10 years. That's called being callable. That's a requirement of the investors.
I mean, really,
It-
when we sell bonds, we're telling the citizens, we're gonna use this for, we're not gonna hold, we didn't sell them to hold on to.
Right.
We didn't tell them to put them in the bank and make money. We tell them to spend for projects. So it's good practice to spend the darn bond money. It's just,
Right.
citizens approve it, you spend it.
And
Right,
when-
but if we've completed those projects and then doing extra projects, you see what I'm saying? That's-
Yeah, so-
That's,
so if
we
we-
fulfilled our end of that obligation by completing those projects.
Yeah. So what we have been doing, and the best example is the parks bond. We have available capacity. We just go back and say, okay, we're going to do more projects, more than what we anticipated.
Right.
Not hold it and say that. That would be kind of hard for the public to swallow. Hey, I approve these bonds. Why are you sitting on it? Now, the other rub, and we've run into this, it's called arbitrage. So if you issue bonds at one rate, which we had, our first issuance was at much lower rates, and then now the rates have gone up because municipal bonds are tax exempt. If you buy a municipal bond and the interest we pay, you don't pay income tax on that. So the city can finance projects far less than you and I can with personal loans because they're not taxable. So we get into a situation of arbitrage where the interest rate is higher than what the bonds were issued. We all back that out in a calculation, and then we have to refund it. So we have some of that now. Kim can explain.
Yeah, on our latest financial report, we've got about a $1 million arbitrage liability that'll be due in the next, over a 3-year period. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just that we were, our investments were earning more than what is allowable by the IRS.
Okay.
Good problem to have.
Even the IRS comes after the city, huh?
Yes, because, yeah, and the simple, because, and here's why the rule is in place. Let's say the city starts issuing tax exempt bonds and then invests them.
Right.
We're not in the investment.
Right.
That's the one thing
Investment
for.
banking.
They're not for that.
And we get a break, right, because the tax exempt bonds are a lower interest rate. And so you could very easily be the scenario where you're making money, and that's not what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, and I'm not, my suggestion, question isn't necessarily related to, doing a bond for something and then not spending the money on that thing. It was just, if we're being good stewards and are doing a great job managing these projects and saving money, does it make sense to do extra projects? It may, but is there an avenue in which we could not do that and hold on to the money was my question. And it sounds like that would incur extra costs that we would not want to do.
It also depends on how fast you spend them and the timing. So we have to hit certain milestones as far as we have to spend 5% in the first 6 months of receiving the proceeds and fully completed by 3 years. So it's not as easy. It's a complicated calculation, and we have experts do that. That's all they do. But there are other requirements.
Thank you.
Well, and also another thing, just from a public perspective, I would not want to go to a new bond if I have not spent the previous bond. You bring me your bond, I'm going to do this work, boom, 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 the city's going to do all this stuff, then I'll ask for another bond. I don't want to keep asking for bonds, piling up, well, you haven't spent all your other money. And they're like, why didn't you spend that money? So that's public perception. We need to say, yes, you said we do it, we did it, we spent the money, now I have another new project. But yeah, that's just a good practice, I guess.
Yeah, to me, a bond, we go to the citizens and tell them that we need a bond to do these services for the city, and the citizens either yay or nay it. If they yay it, then it is on council's and the city manager and director's responsibility to implement that as fast as possible, because that's what the citizens want. After we've done that, any money left over should be put back into paying those bonds back off. It's my understanding that state regulates that if the money has to be spent towards that bond. We can't just, like, say, the library, we couldn't then take that money and go build an animal shelter.
No,
It has to be spent on that.
extra library expenses, and
Right.
that's what I'm getting at is,
Yeah.
to your point, we can't just turn around and put that money back down on the bond. I asked that question, to the bond, lawyer that was here, or the liaison, and he said that you can't do that because it's 10 years. I mistyped and said 9 years, but 10 years. So that's why I'm saying is if we're gonna use the money on these extra things, okay, maybe that's good, but maybe it might also be good to not do that if there's an avenue to do that, where if it's extra funds and it's $500,000, could we hold it and then put it down on the bonds when it's the appropriate time.
No, I think, well, he already explained, but if you're not gonna use the money, then you have to turn the money back in. I mean, you have to spend it to pay the bond down.
It's not an easy answer. It would depend on how much is left.
Yeah.
Right? And the timing of it all.
Right.
So I can't say, I would need to know the specific, we would ask for legal counsel based on
Right.
the specifics of it.
Becomes complicated. But you can't hold it indefinite and just collect.
Correct.
Right, that's the key.
No, and I wasn't suggesting that. I'm just,
Yeah.
you know, if there's a point at 10 years where we can,
Yeah.
is that possible? I just didn't know. I mean, this is my first time going through all
Yeah.
this, so I just thought it was a valid question.
Okay,
Understand.
good. All right, moving on, enterprise fund. You ready to move on?
Yeah.
Water and wastewater?
So the good news, a lot smoother sailing in our enterprise funds.
So we're good?
And there's not much, I think, to talk about with, on 173, right?
Yep, nothing's funded.
I'll just remind y'all that we are proceeding with the recommendation of the rate study to smooth rates over time, which is approximately 3.25%. That'll fund our capital improvement projects as well as our staffing needs, so.
All right, anything else? Kind of move over? Capital projects fund?
A question on 180, there's the 3 line items for Old Decatur. Is that all the North Old Decatur improvements? or-
Yes, sir, and it's just a different line item because we have different funding sources, but it's
Okay.
all it's all the same
So I
project.
know we had some discussions of sidewalks in other areas, so I just wanted to see if that was included or not, so I'm good.
All right, other questions on capital projects funds? All good? CCPD? Anything you want to highlight, chief, on CCPD?
No, sir.
Well, I got here partially funded, item 1. What part was funded?
3 vehicles instead of 4.
Huh?
3 vehicles instead of 4, that's because of the CCPD is funded by sales tax, and that's what we run basically flush with what we take in, or we try to.
And that ended up being $284 and .07.
Does that sound right?
Sounds right to me. Yes, sir.
284, yeah, I think that's correct.
And item 2 was funded.
Facial recognition.
No, the existing 20 ALPR cameras? Yes.
Yeah, Clearview facial recognition software for $5,750.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Other questions, concerns on CCPD?
So on item number 3, was that 6 extra cameras, or is that completing the contract?
No, that was for an additional 6 cameras.
Okay.
We were going to apply the grant towards that. We did not get the grant this year.
Okay.
So we're not going to ask that be funded. Flock bases their ALPR system, basically 1 camera for every 2 officers. So with 20 cameras, we're right there where we need to be. If there's capacity in the future, I think we'd like to add some additional Flock equipment, but right now we're fine with that.
Okay.
Good.
So 4, 5, 6, and 7, or 4, 5, and 6 were funded, right?
Yes, sir.
Nah, 7 was not. I made a mistake there.
Anything else, CCPD questions?
Just a question, what is the Star Chase GPS tracking device?
It is basically equipment. White Settlement just purchased one probably about 18 months ago. It's actually mounted to the front of the car. It's a GPS dart. So if you have a vehicle that you think is going to flee on you, you can move your unit behind it, activate it. It actually shoots a dart, attaches to the bumper, and then it tracks the vehicle. They're becoming very, very popular, especially on the West Coast.
A magnetic dart.
Oh, I was like, what? Okay.
It darts the person.
Very science fiction.
So like a Nerf gun on steroids.
Y'all just wanted that to play with.
So 8 and 9 was funded, right?
Yes, sir.
I think that's it.
Anything else? All right, moving on, police trust, expendable trust, which is not much to it, very small.
Need to confiscate some more stuff.
Page 96, I guess.
189.
Yeah, 196, right?
190, 190.
190, okay, yeah, I'm on it. I just went immediately to the back page.
Okay. Any questions on expendable fund? All right, let's move to drainage. Drainage
Just,
fund.
well, just on that though, oh yeah, we're in drainage? Let me see.
Which one you on? Nick?
Hell, I don't know, give me a second here. I'm in drainage.
Yeah, that's where I want to be. That's where we want to be, drainage.
Okay, good.
196, yes, sir. Go ahead.
196, 1 is funded. And I got drainage number 2, I guess must be partially funded?
Yeah, we're,
61,650?
we're proposing one maintenance worker be added, and that's funded by the drainage utility.
Okay.
But not number 3, which is the environmental.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Number 3 was what?
Yeah. We're adding 1 personnel, maintenance worker in drainage, but not funding the FOG person.
3's not funded.
Just 1 and 2.
1 and,
1.5 on 2.
yeah.
Right, there you go.
I did have a question, because it's a good question, I want to recognize. Question came, can we or should we increase our drainage utility fee? The last time we increased was maybe 2020, is that correct? 2022. The answer is yes, we could, but we try to keep that in close proximity of our expenses, so that's something we could look at in the future. It's currently $6, which is sufficient to fund all of our activities plus this addition.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we,
But that's something we could look at in the future.
Yeah, I just know that drainage is like a number one concern, everybody that I talk to in every area of Saginaw is drainage.
Absolutely.
Drainage. So, you know, I think that the perspective, you know, is that it would be worth a little bit increase, you know, if we've got these upcoming expenses or adding a drainage employee.
Sure.
You know, it makes sense that that employee has to be funded.
Yeah, no, that's good. So in addition to the 2 personnel that are not funded, something you might recall we've talked about in the past, but we don't have current funding, is that drainage project over in Highland Station. We're working on, what is it, System 3? That's on Saginaw Boulevard. Big, expensive drainage project because Saginaw Boulevard is perfectly flat. So it's a good point about looking at that fee in the future.
Any other questions on drainage? Going once, going twice?
The excavator, I had a question about that. We talked about the grade all and its uses. So how often are we using that? And
So they used it quite a bit. If you notice all of our drainage systems, most of the drainage channels are out off-road. They're not on paved areas. So they get out, clean those channels out. The problem you run into is that grade all is rubber tire. It's old, it's got hydraulic leaks like you've never seen before. And having a track machine would have the ability, plus it's quicker to get it to the job site because it takes forever to road that grade all out to the side. So having a track machine to replace that grade all will let them be able to do their job a lot better.
Isn't that grade all about 20 years old?
Yes, it was used when we bought it.
And I think it was what, like 2005 or something?
I want to say it's 05, yeah, something like that.
We've had it a long time.
that's item number 1 we're talking about?
Yep.
yeah,
Okay.
Drainage? All in, all done? Streets?
Just want to draw your attention, we increased the operating budget for streets and sidewalks, I believe, by $10,000. I have talked with some of you about this. The reality is, as you're well aware, going through this exercise this morning, we're constrained on our operating budget. If if we were to significantly increase our operating budget related to streets, we would likely have to go back to voters. I mean, the costs are going up. I do think that we'll increase sales tax, get on the path to growth at some point in the future, which all helps, and we use streets funds as we get them in, so. Our
That's
major,
one thing we gotta take care of is our
I'm with you.
infrastructure, because if we don't, we can't get anywhere. in this
well,
city.
and you tell me if you've heard otherwise, but I can't think of a street bond, at least in my time, city, statewide, that has not passed. Because I think the average person says, yeah, I need streets. That's not, that's pretty much a need to have. Now, that's on the reconstructions. That's not on the maintenance. So what's difficult, as you know, for our streets is that when we come back and reconstruct, we're generally addressing drainage and improving them. That's why Knowles was expensive. We put a storm sewer system in on the north side, and
Knowles wasn't a street project, it was a drainage project with a road
the
on
north
top of
section
it.
was, yeah, it was a giant storm sewer
Yeah.
because it's so flat, so.
See, I think the one thing we've done smart in the last couple of years is that grading system for streets,
Yep.
so we know what the worst streets are now. We have quantitative data. We don't say, well, we think this one, we know.
Yep.
So we can target a little better. So I think it helps. It still costs money.
And I think it helps y'all because it takes the emotion out of it when you get complaints or talk to residents, because clearly the most important street is the street you live on. But then you can say, hey, this is grade X as opposed to industrial or East McElroy or, something that's really rough.
I think that data really
The
helps.
one good thing about Arkansas, they have beautiful streets all the time, and I don't understand how, because they're not near as big as Texas. They don't have the funds that Texas has or we have. And I don't understand how they have good streets. I wish that we had that.
The soil.
program.
Gambling.
It's the soil,
Gambling.
soil underneath it.
Yeah.
It's
I
more
don't know.
stable.
They always have good streets.
I
They
think it
don't
must
have
be,
much of
maybe that's what Gary did when he moved to Arkansas. He fixed all their streets.
Maybe he did.
All I know is when I moved here, Interstate 40 was awful. It was like the whole way, so.
I don't know. That's about the only thing good about Arkansas.
I'll mention too, we didn't have any requests this year, but at some point in the future, I mean, just as a function of growth, we could use more city staff for streets and public services. Just can't do it this year. I mean,
So the capital outlay here, we've got that we're funding buying a concrete saw, asphalt roller, Opal Street reconstruction engineering, school zone light upgrade.
They're gonna check on that one.
So, yeah, the clarification on that, so I checked with the comptroller, that would have to come from the general fund. That We can't use street maintenance.
So which one?
The 100,000, the signal,
The school zone.
Okay.
school zone, we're gonna ask the school if they were gonna participate.
So that's a question mark then.
It's, if we've gotta do it, it just can't come from street maintenance. It's gonna be general fund balance.
Well, if I understand this street, the school zone upgrade was a request from the school for us to do that, right?
No, I think the direction was we would ask the school if they would participate.
Okay.
I know Todd said they're broke, but that's their fault too, so.
Yeah.
Well, I heard they saved a lot of money on the new middle school.
So let me ask you this, Kim. Is the school zone lighting upgrade currently budgeted in our current budget we're going over right now?
We were waiting on determination if it was eligible for street maintenance, and since the proposed budget was done, we found out that, no, it cannot be paid for with street maintenance sales tax. So we'll have to go to general fund if we decide that we're going to fund it, and then based on the previous discussion we had, that we were going to see if the school was going to participate or if there were other options.
So the answer is it's not funded currently. That's the bottom line.
It's
Not funded? and-
Not funded right now.
Okay, good. Opal Street reconstruction sump.
Some.
Yeah, that's, you wanna explain that?
That's the program that we fixed the road along with all the utilities and sidewalks in that area.
But that's currently funded. I got it marked as a check mark.
Yes, it
Yes,
is,
it's
and
fine.
that was, if you recall, that's what a part of the water and wastewater COs that were just approved is going to fund the water line in conjunction with this
Yeah,
project.
Okay. So the only one out of those that's a question mark is this school zone lighting upgrade.
All right,
And we know for certain it won't be funded from street maintenance.
Yeah.
All right, donations.
The only change based on your direction would be to increase the voluntary fee. And then I think after the, once we implement that, then maybe we adjust, go back to the boards and adjust projects or budgets. The one we talked about was the library board. We could potentially make a part-time position full-time or add another part-time, so.
We're keeping the,
We're in donations, that's right. Yep.
we're keeping the 3 library apprentice positions out of the donations, right? Okay. The library apprentice.
On the last page,
the ones they use in the summer, on
231,
page-
under donations, it says the 2 bulletproof
Yeah,
vests.
That's from
But I
donations.
don't see that in the other part. Who are those for and what fund is that coming out of?
What did you ask?
On the last page, in the donation fund, it says for 2 bulletproof vests, but it's not in the, I didn't see it in the other part. The very last one. Last page. Last page.
It's not on the last page.
Yeah, that,
231.
It's next to the last page.
Oh, the police.
Yeah.
That's bulletproof vests.
Back here? Well, I didn't know we
The
were talking.
$2,400.
No, it's donations
Yeah,
still.
it's but it wasn't showing under the donations, and it doesn't say what they're for. Is it for the PD? Is it for animal
it's,
control?
it's PD. There was a private donation that was
Okay.
specific to,
Okay. So that is for PD. Okay.
They need the bulletproof vests.
All right. General escrow fund. Anything there we need to worry about, Kim? I didn't think so.
no, we did an overview, if you recall, at the last council meeting.
Okay. Any questions for this?
Just a comment, if we pass the short-term rentals, is that figured into this, or, because our hotel motel tax should go up?
It's based on our current collection, so if
Okay.
we get additional ones, there would be additional funds, but no, it's not budgeted at this point.
What?
Hotel motel tax for the short-term rentals? That we're not getting much of
Yeah.
now? We will?
Yeah, so I might mention, didn't include the DMO, what is it, Destination Management Organization. I spoke with Kim. That is the pilot project that our chamber is interested in pursuing. We could fund that as a one-time using hotel occupancy tax funds. The question or the comment was, you know, what is that based on? If we were to adopt the short-term rental regulations, stands to reason and that we would increase what we collect, but that's unknown. So if you'd like to fund that DMO, again, that's through the partnership through the chamber cities. We could do it. I'd say let's do it on a one-time basis and not ongoing. And we'll probably, a year from now, know what our short-term rental, you know, whatever new revenue we're generating.
The short answer is that we do have capacity to fund that currently through the hotel motel tax.
With previously collected hotel motel
Pre-
tax,
Okay,
yes.
for a one-time. Okay,
Our other main hotel occupancy tax expenditures are entertainment for Training Grain and then our operating contract for the farmers market.
And also the entertainment for the evening concerts?
Concerts in the park?
Concerts in the park comes from general fund.
Okay.
All right, anything else under escrow?
So let me ask, is everybody okay with, do we want to do the DMO on a one-time basis out of the hot fund? Just a pilot 1 year?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'm good with that.
Is our finance director okay with that?
As long as the chamber understands that we're not committing to long-term, until we know that we've got the funds for ongoing funding of it.
They will be here at the next regularly scheduled council meeting, I believe August 5th, for a presentation. And I'll let them know it's a one-time as well, but they will be here for a workshop presentation. And please come with questions. I will have questions as well.
Great. Okay. Moving on to enterprise escrow. Anything here we need to talk about in enterprise escrow? I don't think there is. Nothing? Okay. Belt Mill Pit. Love me some pits. We're not yet, it's collecting money, right? That's all we can really say right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's on autopilot, really. So, yeah.
No action need to be taken, we're moving forward, it's doing its thing. TERS, sort of the same story with TERS, right?
So only addition, I mentioned this in the past, I know maybe Councilmember Morrison, we had a discussion. Part of the rationale of creating the TERS, I'll remind you the benefit, and the best example or explanation I can use is that it's like a long-term savings plan. The benefit of having the TERS is we have participating agencies, the county and TCC. We get 50% of their tax dollars we wouldn't otherwise get for all the properties that are located in the TERS. Likely in the future, our biggest expenditure will be East McElroy. We created the TERS with that in mind. We may consider issuing certificates of obligation next year that are backed by TERS funds so they don't impact our tax rate. So that's sort of the plan. The only TERS expenditures we've had to date have been the asbestos abatement at the fire station, the old fire station, and that project's moving along.
Are we going to move forward with extending that TERS over to the old Bell helicopter area?
Yes, yep, that's a good point. So adding the parcel, the old Bell helicopter to the TERS is something we're planning on doing, which is a fairly simple action, requires a council action and a county action. Our county commissioner is agreeable to that. So we'll do that probably sometime this coming fiscal year, which would make it eligible for TERS funds. Yeah, and the operating portion of the TERS is our contract manager, public-private partnerships, P3. So we'll continue with them. They do the reporting and billing, that sort of thing.
Excellent, okay. All right, and that is everything.
Mayor, I got one thing.
Yes, sir.
I did ask this, can you bring up all of the extracurriculars like the training grade and stuff and show us what all of those are and what expenditures we do on all of them? Because I think we need to look at that, because our budget is so tight. I think there's 7 different things we do, right? I think you sent that out. Didn't you send out a PDF?
Yeah, that sounds right. So as far as special events are concerned, if we just start kind of fiscal year, our first special event in the fiscal year would be Train and Grain. The next would be the trunk or treat. Following that would be the parade and drone show and everything.
Roll around to July 4th?
Yes.
Well, I thought you sent, where's an IT guy when you need it?
Yeah, I did. I sent a breakdown of, in the past 12 months of overtime. The big event, our volunteer event. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I had thank you, Elizabeth. Here's our events, and this was based on, this was your request actually, based on the rating from the citizen survey. So our events, #1 event is Independence Day fireworks show, 46% of people. Our cost for that was approximately $18,000. That's just in overtime. That's not in, Pedro, do you know the total cost, stage rental and?
Say that one more time.
For 4th of July, the total cost?
4th of July, I don't have that in front of me right now. I can pull it up. But I would add that all the special events, the actual event itself is 95% funded by donations. Very rarely it comes out. Brack's shaking his head because I have approached the Parks Board in the past when you were the chairman for some funding. The one that does come out of general fund is the overtime, like we stated earlier. And Gabe does have that list, but I'll try to pull up some events.
Is that something we could get rid of and maybe given to us later? Because I mean, these are things the citizens do like them, but they have prioritized the ones, and if we have to make hard decisions, then, you know, those got to be considered in order to make that decision, we got to see how much it's costing us.
No, we can put that together, and I'm just looking at the survey results. The lowest, I'll go highest to lowest real quick. Highest is fireworks, 44%. Next is Christmas parade, 41%. Next is Train and Grain, 38%. Concerts in the park, 36%. City cleanups, 35%. Veterans Day, 27%. Trunk or treat, 21%. Easter egg hunt, 20%. Run the rails, which we haven't done since 2020, 11%. And then there was a none category. So, yeah. But yeah, we can get that like a full cost.
It'd be nice, to get a cost of how much overtime, and then how much just out of the, whatever, the general fund or whatever, what's actually costing us.
Mayor, I make a motion, we adjourn.
Well, hold
Hold on, we got a couple more things. So,
Yeah.
so we've got all these special requests. We made some tweaks. We know we're probably over now. So Kim's gonna have to do a little math and get back to us. Kim and Elizabeth will get back to us with where we are and what the situation is. So the question is, how do we deal that? Do we discuss that electronically? Do we discuss it we have a meeting on the 29th, so we can discuss them on the 29th, and then again on the 5th. So is that how we want to proceed with managing that? Because we're going to have to make some
We're
decisions.
gonna make some hard decisions now.
We're going to have to make a couple decisions, probably.
Plus, we'll have the final numbers so that we can make
We
those
will,
decisions.
you're right, that's a very good point. We won't have them, we will have them on the 29th. We will, okay. So 29th might be a good day to do some of that.
Okay, so when we meet on the 29th, I guess then before we do that vote, we'll need to, it'll be a longer meeting, and we could possibly, going to have to be some hard decisions made.
Well, really the question is, we can keep the tax rate as it is, we'll have to cut stuff to get there.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what he's saying.
So she won't have to go back and do additional
Yeah.
math during the meeting. She'll have all the information ahead of time.
Yeah.
Right. We'll have to make decisions. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be us up here have to argue over what gets cut.
Yeah. Not staff will have done all their work, they'll be ready.
So I kick you.
That's right.
They'll be ready, that's fine. Kim, are you gonna say something?
I would just say the vote on the 29th is just that the tax rate has been presented to you. You're not voting on the actual tax rate on the 29th. So that would be my recommendation is, let's see what the tax rate calculation actually is. In the meantime, we'll have done all of the work, the information that you've asked for, and then there can be further discussion on the 29th in preparation for the public hearings to come in the next few weeks after that.
So just so everybody understands, once we vote on that tax rate, that means that's the tax rate. We can't increase it. So then, that's actually a good thing. Then we have to, if we want to add something, that means we got to remove something.
Right, and that's the ceiling for the tax rate. We can
Right.
go lower.
We-
can
Yeah.
drop it down
Well,
if numbers turn out.
Right, yeah, nobody argues about going lower.
If the numbers turn, yeah.
Right.
Correct. You're voting on the proposed rate, and so the advice that is usually given is the proposed rate, you usually vote on the highest that you're considering, because you can always go down, you can't go back up without starting the whole thing over again and re-advertising.
Well, that-
We need to explain that on that meeting, so
Yeah.
that way all the citizens don't start calling.
All right, so we're about done. Anything else we need to worry about? Gabe, have you answered all those questions? You had your list of questions, you got them all covered? Okay. Council, anything else? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, I make a motion, we adjourn.
I heard it in stereo.
I'll second.
Okay. Paul made the motion, Valerie second.
Got wings?
Want.
You may need to
My
fly.
brother's waiting for me.
Motion passed at 12:59. We're out of here. Thank y'all. Appreciate it, folks.